All right, good afternoon, and welcome to the Tuesday, September 20th meeting, the regular meeting of the Providence City Plan Commission. Let's start by taking a roll call. We'll go around, starting with Noel.
Noel Sanchez.
Harry Bellardo.
Christian Potter. Manuel Cordero.
Shoyan Manchikar, DPD staff.
Lisa Dinnerman, legal counsel.
Robert Azar, staff.
And I am Michael Gazdaco, chair. We will start this meeting by looking to approve the minutes from the August 30th CPC meeting. Have you all received them in advance, taken a look at them? Any notes, edits, corrections? If not, look forward to a motion to approve those minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of August 30th, 2022. The excellent minutes.
Thank you, Harry. Wouldn't be a motion of yours without the extra emphasis on wonderful. Do we have a second? I second. All right. Let's just take a voice vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstentions? All right. The minutes carry. Bob, do you have a director's report this month?
Yeah, just a couple of quick notes. Your next meeting is going to be October 11th. Make sure that's on your calendar. It's different from the third Tuesday of the month. This room is going to be used for early voting, so we got kicked out. So October 11th, we'll remind you again. Next is I'd like to maybe take your temperature about having a special meeting. We do have a lot of zoning change requests. We got a lot that came in the past couple of months. I think maybe folks are trying to get in front of the city council before it changes its composition. So there's a bunch of these to consider. We can keep trying to squeeze them in wherever we can. We can overload our agendas. We can put them off, which I'd rather not do, or we can try to get a special meeting in. We would need, obviously 4 of you to show up. It could be any time that you feel is appropriate. It wouldn't necessarily have to be, at this time. Could be during the day. Obviously we got to take into consideration everybody's calendars, but just like to throw that out. Solicitor saying it's got to be before October 19th. I think they're going to schedule another hearing after on the 26th. So, anyway, maybe a little discussion about whether you're inclined to have a special meeting at all, and then if so, we can send out. We don't want to waste your time here to look at dates, but we can send out some possibilities to you.
I think I'm of the opinion that we have such a backlog of these zoning requests because we have to opine on every single one, hear the merits of it, and then give a recommendation to the city council. That's our charge. How many we have to have like 10 of them at least in the back.
Yeah, it's in that range. Some are kind of questionable as to whether they should move forward, and we're still talking to the petitioners about whether zoning change is the right approach. But yeah, it's between. I think we've got maybe 3 today. We've got at least 1 on your next docket, and there's probably going to be another at least half dozen, I think.
I mean, we also have so many of the other normal projects that we review that still need our attention as well. And I would rather, I think, have an additional meeting to clear the backlog of zoning as opposed to staying here until 11 or 12 o'clock at night the next few meetings. But that's my opinion. Obviously it's up to all of us because we need at least 4 people to show up.
I second the preference.
I would prefer to do another meeting.
Yeah. So if we met on the 25th, does that give you time to get things to City Hall by the 26th?
Yeah, absolutely. Lisa was talking about October 26th. It's actually the first council hearing is October 19th. So, we've already got a meeting the week before. We could try to do a meeting in the first week of October. That's a possibility.
But we can also
We
send
can
around
talk
like
about
a
it. We'll
offline.
send around some,
I think the idea is that we need to know if everyone's amenable to this, and if we are, then we can schedule it.
yep.
I just want to be mindful that there are holidays coming up.
Yeah, that's true. And we'll certainly work around those.
I have the Jewish calendar on my phone. So.
It's important to have
Yep.
respect all religious holidays and make sure that we're allowing everyone to come out when we hear the items that they want to speak on. So
I do as well, but just for your information, there's an ordinance that says that you can't meet on Jewish holidays.
that's also good to know.
You don't want to try just right now to see if we could get those who are here to agree to a day. I just soon settle it if we could. I like torture as much as the next guy. Let's just get it done.
Is Rosh Hashanah the 3rd and the 4th?
Yom Kippur is October 5th, which means that people need to be home, will probably be home at around 3 o'clock on the 4th.
Yeah, and the 4th, I'm actually out of town.
And so we couldn't have, and Rosh Hashanah is
And
next week.
our normal meeting is the 11th.
Could do the 6th.
I can't do the 6th.
There's Monday, there's a DPRC.
What about the 18th?
Well, the 18th, we'd have to find another room because of,
We're still,
yeah, but that's a possibility. The 18th is a possibility.
it's my daughter's birthday, but she won't know the difference. She's only 3.
That was the year my father got in a car crash with my birthday cake. I most definitely remember my 3rd birthday.
Not
Okay.
helpful.
Then maybe I can't meet on the 18th. I think the 18th, it works for me.
Let's put out the 18th.
And then we can make sure everyone's available offline and firm it up over the next few days.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Choyan wanted to say a couple of words.
Sure, and commissioners, as we've discussed, we're going to be very busy in the next few months, and we have been these past few months, and I'd just like to request that you respond and RSVP for meetings, because it helps to know if we have a quorum or, if we have to move items around. And the sooner we know that, the better. And, I'd also like to say, if for nothing else, at least RSVP so that you can let me know your dinner order, because if we don't, you're gonna have to get PB&J sandwiches, so,
That's on you.
at least that's an incentive to RSVP.
Greg Jelly?
Sure, whatever you'd like.
All right. Yes, please do. It's hard to make sure that we have enough. I know even today, I think we were concerned about having a quorum because we weren't sure who was showing up and who wasn't. So please make sure to get back to Bob and Choyan when they request your confirmation of attendance. As far as dinner orders go, you snooze, you lose. That's my opinion. If that's it, then we'll roll right into the first case. We have a minor land development project. It's case number 22-040MI. It's 220 Broad Street, and the applicant is Marathon Development LLC.
Mr. Chair, I'll give a quick introduction while the applicants get set up. So, sure, thank you. So this is a request for preliminary plan approval for a minor land development project. It's a 5-story residential building with 44 apartments. And as the applicant will tell you, this is one component of a larger development that they are planning, and they'll get more into that. So it should be noted that all these units will be affordable. The site is zoned C2 under the TOD overlay, and there will be landscaping, drainage, and other improvements made to the site. And I will turn it over to the applicant so that they can tell us more about what's going to be happening here.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record and,
Happy to do so.
and
My name is Harry Angevine with Marathon Development.
Please speak right into the mic. And am I going to be bringing Frank?
If you would, please, that would be wonderful. Again, my name is Harry Angevine with Marathon Development, and we have Virginia Branch with us.
Virginia Branch, Branch Architects, Providence.
Sam Hemingway with Garofalo and Associates doing business.
thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. And my son will be sharing his screen today, whereas he couldn't make it down. And I think a little bit about the project. Copley Chambers 1 is a building that we own located at 206 Broad Street. It is probably 85% along the way to being complete fourth quarter of 2022. And that is going to open up 26 units of affordable housing for kids that are aging out of the foster care system. We have major supportive services groups as tenants in our building, Providence Community Health Centers, Adoption RI, House of Hope, as well as a long-term memorandum of understanding with Youth Build to try and also spur on, workforce development within that segment. The second portion of our Copley developments is Copley Chambers 2, which we are presenting to you today. It's a 5-story building of 52 feet in height. The building to the left is 220 Broad Street, and the building to the right is 228, much larger building, and we can talk about that a little bit later on in the presentation today. 220 is a 5-story building, as I mentioned, total of 44 units. The first floor is comprised of some open space in the form of bicycle storage for the development, as well as utility rooms. And the first floor is located in a fashion where none of the residential development, residential units will be within 20 feet of the roadway. Other than that, we've taken a great deal of time and effort with both Sam and Virginia to look at, what would best suit that community, given the fact that we're raising the existing blighted building and building a new building. So we decided to go with a brick facade on the first floor and then cement twist panels up the rest of the way to the top. We're going to stay within the dark color range to fit in with the neighborhood, whereas 206 Broad, the front coursing of the facade is a yellow sort of darkish brick. And then the sides on Copley Chambers 1 is regular brick colored along the side. A little bit about 228, since we are talking about that, we'll be presenting before the board at some point in the future. That is a 5-story building, 80 units instead of the 44 that we're proposing today. And the unique portion about phase 3 is the entire first floor is comprised of 2 components. The first streetscape side is selected for a brand new community health center for the neighborhood with an MOU that's been executed with Providence Community Health. They already have a tenancy in our first phase. Thought it would be a great asset to the neighborhood and our constituency within these buildings. So we're very excited about that. The dogleg back that runs towards the back of the lot on Summer Street will be a covered parking garage, totally secure for the patrons of PCHC, as well as, people storing their bikes during the day, things of that nature. And then above that, we have 4 stories of residential, same type of building configuration, 2 elevators, 2 sets of stairs, things of that nature. Actually, only 1 elevator. I misspoke. One per building. So other than that, I would welcome any questions that the board or the chair or people may have in the audience, either directed to myself, Virginia Branch on the architectural side, or Sam Garofalo on the civil side.
Thank you. Commissioners, at this time, do you have any questions of the applicant?
So I think you spoke to the plan for tenancy for 220, but not 206. I'm just wondering about that ground floor. I know that there was there's something happening at the back, and I can kind of surmise, but it's harder to tell what's happening at the street front.
Over at 206?
206.
That is going to be commercial as well. There will be offices in the front, as well as a laundromat on the left-hand side if you're backwards to the classical ball fields. And then we have 3 ADA units on that first floor in the coupling chambers 1, also known as 206.
And 206 is under construction, not in front of us tonight.
Correct.
220 is in front of us tonight, and 228 is coming before us
So,
shortly thereafter.
okay, I maybe misspoke. So 220, which is in front of us, is the one with the community health center? No, sorry.
No, that's 228.
Okay, so you were just saying there's a kind of uncommitted commercial space at the storefront on Broad and Summer of 220. Okay.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
My apologies if I
No,
wasn't
no,
clear.
I think I
Just trying to give a quick overview.
Yeah, sorting it all out, but that's helpful. I mean, I don't know. I had some questions just that I was curious in looking at the facade, and it's a little bit hard to tell.
Sure.
And maybe this is on the architectural side, but I know that there is in the C2 some requirements around windows, and in particular for commercial, and this seems to be a little bit slightly off of that, especially if it's commercial, but maybe you can walk us through what those are in terms of amount of window. And then I guess the one other question is also the setback. I know that there's requirements around setback, and it looks like the entrance kind of sets back a little bit. I just want to know if that's within that kind of range allowed.
Right. The glazing in 220, which is the building to the left, that's one we're here to talk about. That all meets requirements of the guidelines. The setback we reviewed with the zoning staff as far as the setback for the glass. And that's intentional, is to open up a view corridor into a space that's between 206, the existing building, and 220 to make that more inviting. That, as far as we were interpreting the guidelines, yeah. So that, as far as we were interpreting the guidelines, because we have 4 floors above that are all in line with the facade of the street, we've met the intent of the guidelines.
And that was the zoning official's interpretation.
Okay.
So we're not seeking any relief for design on 206. When we come back sorry, 220, now you've got me going. When we come back for 228, we will be talking a little bit about that.
Okay.
No.
I guess the part of my question, and maybe this is answered, is particularly around the amount of transparency and then the height of ground floor commercial. As I refer to it, I think ground floor commercial, the kind of bottom of the window can't be above 2 feet. Right?
The building, the entirety of the building is residential in nature. The space that's on the front corner, it will be some sort of component that supports the residential function. And that was sort of the line that we all discussed. And again, we have different factors at 228 where that is something that we're going to be asking for relief. But we've got solutions for all of that. So when we come back, we'll talk about that with 228, but with 220, it's not an issue.
Yeah.
So just to confirm, because I think it was just stated that there was an undefined commercial space at 220. There is no commercial. This is a completely residential building. Is that correct? At 220?
100%.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
I think the nature of it is that it's not an apartment, to clarify that. the space on the corner is not an apartment. It will be some sort of use that supports the residential uses above. It might be a management office, it might be a meeting space, but it's not, it's not.
Not a
separate
commercial, separate
use.
commercial use. Okay,
Am I stating it?
100%.
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, just for all the commissioners to understand, the reason that's important is because this is what we call a minor land development project, which is 100% residential. Once you introduce a commercial component, it becomes a major land development project, and that has a different kind of process, different kind of notice, and so forth. So it's important to make sure that's in the record. I think Mr. Cordero was talking about the design standards, and Virginia's correct that because the upper floors are within that build to zone, the facade of that building complies despite the fact that there's sort of an angle for the ground floor. In terms of the transparency of the ground floor, the requirement is 50% or more of the wall area of the ground floor. And can you confirm, Virginia, that you
Yes, we
meet that
meet that.
standard? And then the upper floors, at least 10% of the wall area of each story has to have transparency.
And we exceed that significantly.
Was that what you were getting at,
Yeah,
Manuel?
yeah. And I think, I mean, not to think about these in isolation, I actually want to recognize and appreciate that you're actually thinking about these together, because ultimately, I think part of what the intent of that is, and the line of my question is just about the life of the street and what those relationships are, what's happening behind those. But I can tell that there's been some care to this. I will also say that I do remember this, the previous project when it came in front of us, and admire the efforts there around that kind of coalition that you built around that project, and excited to see kind of the mix of affordable housing. If I can ask just another follow-up question, I'd just like to hear a little bit more about what affordable means in this case.
Based upon the funding sources that we are pursuing currently, that affordability range is between 60% AMI all the way up to 80. And that also gives us the flexibility, as we do in other developments that we own, to go less than 60%, given personal circumstances and tenants and those types of life situations that we get presented with. What's very unique about the way that we're approaching this, there's several layers of the tenant selection process that end up when a tenant is recommended to us. My son and I are physically meeting with these folks, understanding their situations and really making the best decisions to give them the best opportunity, to get back on track with their lives, job opportunities, behavioral and physical, health issues, things of that nature.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions, Harry?
Well, first, thank you for asking about affordable. I was wondering what that meant too. Tell me, from a property manager's point of view, you're going to be, as you said, you're gearing yourself toward people who are looking for employment, looking for enhancing their skills, and you're integrating it with a number of people, a number of organizations. And you said you and your son are going to be selecting them. What's your criteria? And number one, and number two, is there an on-site manager? Just tell me a little bit from a manager's point of view, how you're going to operate this sizable building.
Happy to. We've selected Phoenix Property Management based out of Warwick, Rhode Island. They manage properties all over the United States. We have a long-term existing relationship with them. And we have a very clear-cut, fair housing tenant selection plan that gets layered, through House of Hope, Providence Community Health Centers where they provide, nurse case managers for each of these potential tenants. They go through, a rigorous selection process. I'm happy to provide, the tenant selection criteria if that's important to the board or specific members of the board. Happy to.
No, we have to trust you, and I do. I just I'm glad to hear that you're aware that it needs a pretty thorough presence on your part, I guess. The only other question I did have for Bob, though, if this project is all residential and is therefore a minor land development, if the ground floor becomes commercial, do we have to start all over again? I'm thinking about an incident recently in Providence where an all residential went, attempted to go commercial.
It would have to come back. It wouldn't necessarily start all over again, but it would be as if it becomes a major land development project, they would come back to you. I believe probably at the preliminary plan stage, and there would be it would be noticed as a major land development project.
Okay.
Chris? I just have a couple of questions about, we just, a few months ago, approved another large low-income development on Summer Street. I'm just looking on here, I know between Pearl and Linden Street, all of that, Barbara Jordan 2, that new development's happening. Portland Street, there's last meeting, the swap was here. Then we have Lapa Plaza, Omni Point, Crossroads, Amos House, and so it's like it just seems like there's a lot of low income. So by low income, we have a high concentration of low income developments here in this little stretch, and I'm just wondering if that is like exposing the city to any kind of risk. I mean, because I'm pretty sure the language in the Fair Housing Act is pretty clear about this. And we're adding more low-income housing to the place where almost all, like a high percentage of low-income housing in the state is already located within a mile and a half.
I guess I would ask Bob or Lisa to tackle that one.
Yeah, I can try and respond to this. This is not my area of expertise, but as I understand it, whenever there is a funding application for this sort of project, there has to be an analysis with respect to exactly what you're talking about, to concentrations of poverty. Now, subsidized housing is not necessarily for people who are experiencing poverty. It's for people who just have incomes that are lower than the median. So it's my understanding that I don't know about this case. I don't know about the other projects and how they fit in with that, but I do know that in order for them to get funding, this analysis has to happen, and I believe that analysis takes into account the different degrees to which the units are subsidized.
But what I'm interested in is right now, if you did the analysis right now, it may look completely different than it will in 2 years, because all of these projects are the Crossroads, the new building for Crossroads, the Crossroads renovation, the Barbara Jordan building, and then these buildings. should all be coming on at the same time. So when they do the analysis, are they looking for other projects? Are they doing the analysis like we're doing the analysis, like saying, hey, this looks fine? And it's a concern of mine. We have 3 large high schools here, and we're putting a lot of, on this block, on these 2 blocks, we're putting a lot of young adults on 2 blocks where we have 3 high schools. I'm just a little concerned about the why that, this wouldn't fly if it was Moses Brown, Wheeler, Hope.
Well, what I can say is that, as you know, you're a planning board, your job is to interpret the zoning ordinance and to review projects as to their compliance with the zoning ordinance and with the comprehensive plan. We review projects that are market rate. We review projects that are affordable. We review mixed income projects. We reviewed just around the block on Westminster Street, a completely market rate project at Citizens Bank. This happens to be an area that's seeing a lot of new development, both affordable and market rate. So what I would say is I certainly hear what you're saying, and this is not something we haven't heard before. I do believe that the funders, including Rhode Island Housing, are well aware of these arguments. I don't know if the applicant has anything to say with respect to this analysis. Are you, as you're looking through, as you're going through your funding process, is this an analysis that you're doing or that Rhode Island Housing, for example, is doing?
As you so illustrated earlier, excuse me, as you so illustrated earlier, Bob, this entire process with respect to funding through Rhode Island Housing, as well as some of the ARPA programs and some of those, we have to go through a very expansive, narrative process, demographic information, all those sorts of factors before they approve any funding whatsoever. And I think part of the misnomer when people make the statement about affordable housing, immediately people are thinking it's the people that may or may not be panhandling, people that have gone down on their luck. I'll give you an example. Down in Rockville, another complex that we own that we purchased under the Supportive Housing COVID CARES Act. 13 families off the street, 21 children, 5 months after we got the award, 2 weeks before Christmas in 2020. Every single one of those families was 30%, 30 to 60% AMI. They had all just gone down on their luck with COVID, lost their jobs, were living in their cars. They could have been any one of our neighbors, quite frankly. And, we do go through a very, intense process, back a house, running the numbers, and understanding where does the need exist. We're not trying to create a development that doesn't serve the community. That's really what it is for us. We're looking to improve an area of Providence, just like what we did down in Hopkinton and what we're doing up in Massachusetts, same sort of thing. We want to be embraced by the community. We had community outreach meetings, dating back all the way to early 2022, because it's important to us. And it's been very well received, and we're looking forward to moving forward with this.
Oh yeah, my comments aren't coming out of where, where I grew up is on this map, and I went to class. So I actually spent a lot of time in this building right here. There used to be the old Continental Diner. And so we used to go there and eat every day after school. So like I spent a lot of time in this area, but I also remember before it was Crossroads, when it was the YMCA, and having all those adults there. I lived right there near Amos House. So I remember having all those adults around when I was a teenager, when I was a young man. And so I'm talking about from the perspective of someone who actually really loves this little set of streets. This is where I grew up. This is what I consider home. And I'm looking at it from a big picture perspective, and I'm saying that Summer Street is going from a place with no residential to almost entire. It's going to be loaded. There's going to be a lot of units on there, and they're through Crossroads plan and through your plan. It seems like there's just going to be a lot of adults without children on Summer Street, which is right across the street from Classical High School, which is right across the street from Central High School, which is right across the street from PCTA. And I'm just wondering, is it really wise to have, and I'm not talking about this project in a vacuum, to have all of these adults. This is a statewide issue. People going for foster care from everywhere in the state. So you're taking statewide problems, homeless people from everywhere in the state and everywhere in the region, and you're taking statewide problems and you're concentrating on 1 mile of Broad Street. And I'm just wondering, like, this is where 3 high schools are, and you take adults. Now, I'm not talking about families that are, with children. I'm talking about young adults, and we're placing a ton of them on a one. And I just don't like. Yeah, I understand that in the zoning law, it may not address that, or in the comprehensive plan, it doesn't really talk about that. But what I'm just wondering, why aren't we talking about that? Like, why isn't there a mechanism to say, this is a lot of these specific types of developments near high schools and deed restricted family or property? So like, you can't live in Lockwood Plaza, you can't live in Omni Point without kids. You can't live in Wiggins Village or Cotton Court without kids. So like, these are all deed restricted families have children have to live here, have to by federal law, have to live in these neighborhoods. And then we took these kind of things. Where else would you have places where there has to be children? And we would put this kind of development. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the development. All I'm saying is there's just a ton of children here in this neighborhood. They come to school, they live here, and then we're taking 2 blocks out of there, 3 blocks, and just making it adults from all over the state.
Yeah, I think Chris is really onto something. I have no doubt that from a marketing point of view, you wouldn't build this if you didn't think you could succeed. And I appreciate your religious, fervor. But from the point of view of DEM or whatever Chris was mentioning, are we in fact, which I think Darrell also spoke eloquently to with regard to one of these developments, is this the right place actually for this development? It looks, how many 1-bedrooms are there? Or I should say, how many 2s?
They're all 1 and 2.
But out of the 44, it certainly looks like the vast majority of 1-bedroom units, which meets your market. I understand that. I just am really, I think Chris is onto something.
I understand the sentiment, absolutely. And I don't disagree with anything that Chris is saying or Harry is also agreeing with. I don't know that we can pick where people decide to build and what they decide to build. We can give, this is a proposal that's in front of us. We have a need for housing in the city, and we have a need for all income levels, housing that meets the burden of all income levels. We talk about a lot of these development projects that come in without any affordable housing, and this is one that has affordable housing. So then we're talking about the fact that it is affordable housing. I think this project in a bubble, and we can't look at everything in a bubble, but we do have to take the project on its merits, is a good project for this specific location. And that's my opinion.
Well, we always value your opinion. We just don't always agree with it.
That's absolutely true.
I think that, I think Chris has raised some really excellent points. And I'd like to know, Bob said it's beyond his expertise. I'd like to know what Department of Environmental Management or
Well, we're talking about
whatever it is.
federal housing law,
Yeah,
and
I'd
that
like
I
to
think is
know-
above
I'd
our
like to know what
purview,
they
isn't
think
it?
about this.
Well, so we could get you information about it, but you know, as the chair said, it is beyond your purview. You know, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to sound heavy-handed about this, but you know, to Chris's statement earlier, we do have, there are some types of uses that, you know, we're explicit about in our zoning ordinance, or there might be other laws that say you can't put these uses within a certain distance of a school. That's clear. We're allowed to do it. We do it in some circumstances. We don't do it for, you know, housing for particular populations of people. It's just not something that's written into our laws, or it's not part of our official policy. You know, you said, Chris, you know, if we're not concerned about, or if we don't say anything about this, you know, why don't we, or should we? Perhaps we should, and maybe it is a bigger question for the comprehensive plan, where we start to address the concentrations of populations, as you speak of, that go beyond even what the federal government says or what the state funders say. Maybe there needs to be some sort of a debate about that. But, you know, it's settled that that those restrictions don't exist right now. Otherwise, they wouldn't be getting the funding that they're getting. And on top of it, you know, you have these boundaries within which you operate, the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan. So, you know, you do have to keep that in mind.
Well, I do keep it in mind, but after all, we did talk about this, and then we voted in favor of the building in addition to the Crossroads 2 building, but we did talk about it. But here it's being compounded, and you know, a little heavy handing doesn't hurt, Bob. I mean, I think perhaps in your finding, it might have been nice to have a word about this or two, because you're right. None of us are federal lawyers, and Lisa's not even. I think Chris has raised the point that's come up before, and we decided to kind of overlook it, but now it's becoming more compounded, compounded. And I know there's a market. Oh, well, I know there's definitely a market for people who need the support that the developers mentioned. I know that. I know them. I work with them. But, you know, please, Michael, don't beat me to death.
I'm not.
Affordable with the housing shortage. The only study we've seen was brought in before us and was trashed. They just left. It was such a bad study.
Well,
So
I'm not talking about the one that, which one are you talking about?
Yeah, the one that the
statewide
Sustainable
study.
Department brought in here, and Chris challenged their methodology.
Yes.
And they fled. So, you know.
There is a need for housing. You and I both know that. We both have properties that continue to go up in price because the cost continues to go up and market rents continue to rise. I do think that this is more of a comprehensive plan discussion than this application discussion, because I worry almost that if we were to deny this application because of these reasons alone, and that it met all the merits of the other, we'd be open up to a lawsuit for discrimination as well,
There,
and definitely appeal.
I mean, I know my hands are tied, but, you know, that's, it's somebody
The
has to say something.
conversation has to be had.
Yes, it has to
I
happen.
agree
And
completely.
and I'm not always 100% confident that it's happening at the city council.
I appreciate that.
So, I mean, I'm going to say something.
Thank you.
It doesn't mean I'm going to say vote no.
Noel, do you have anything to ask the applicant? We still haven't heard the staff report, and we have to open up the public comment, so we'll have another
So the
bite of
only
the apple.
thing you did mention that there was community meetings about this project
Back in April.
in April.
Mhm.
As
And at the
Southside,
time, it was well received.
as Southside Community Neighborhood. said
Yes,
anything about
Dwayne
this?
Keys. Correct.
I didn't see anything about it. That's all.
Okay,
Maybe.
all right. Any other questions before we hear the staff report? We open up to public comment. We'll have another discussion, deliberations after we hear public comment, but let's hear the staff report.
Just before we hear that, I'd like to ask the applicant if they could talk just a little bit about the environmental, like drainage, soil erosion, just so we could have that on the record before we get to the staff report.
Absolutely. Again, to members of the commission, my name is Sam Hemingway with Garofalo and Associates. Sam Hemingway with Garofalo and Associates, who are the site civil engineer for the project. The property, as most of you recognize, is a fully developed site. So this project will be what's classified as a redevelopment project. So it addresses stormwater management in that light. Effectively, that standard be to incrementally improve the conditions throughout the city as you move forward. So it proposes, the project specifically, it proposes erosion controls in accordance with the state design standards and stormwater management through infiltration of subsurface infiltration of surface runoff, primarily from the buildings, to reduce runoff and improve the conditions. We're anticipating to get permits from Narragansett Bay Commission and the City of Providence. The sewers in the area are combined sewers, so we'll be reducing the amount of runoff into those combined sewers, but also we'll get a sanitary sewer discharge from the building into that facility through the Narragansett Bay Commission, in addition to that stormwater permit. The building is currently, and the proposed building will be served by public water through the Providence Water Supply Board. Again, there are no issues with capacity or the like in that specific area. Again, I think it was brought up, the project is wholly compliant to the underlying use standards in the zoning ordinances, specifically as it relates to parking and service areas for the building. Obviously, being an urban setting, there's a relatively small amount of site improvements on the site, but there is a specific and off-street service area to the building, providing trash enclosures and the like. And then as a last kind of 10,000 foot note, there's very little landscaping proposed, again, because of the coverage of the building, but certainly there's an intent to provide street trees in accordance with the city standard. Canopy coverage will meet the standards as well. There's a sidewalk program through the planning department, which all of the fronting streets in front of the project fall within. So there is some coordination that needs to occur along that light, but we fully expect to have both the street tree, the sidewalks, the street trees, and accessibility through the entire frontage be improved and brought up to the current standards through that coordination.
Thank you.
Hopefully that touches on the major points. Again, I'm here if you have questions.
Thanks, Joe. What did I say? So Commissioners, just moving on to our staff report. The applicant's gone over the design of the building and we find that it conforms to the standards of the C2 zone as well as the TOD overlay. And you will notice that there is no parking provided as that's not required under this overlay. The applicants discussed that they will be making off-site plantings to meet the canopy coverage requirement. As discussed, they do comply with the environmental regulations. So based on that, we find this to be in conformance with the comprehensive plan, especially the future land use map, which encourages high density development at these areas and in conformance with objectives H2 and H3 of the plan, which encourages building of new and affordable housing. As far as the zoning ordinance goes, it complies with the use, dimension, parking, and landscaping requirements. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. This will be a buildable lot and adequate street access will be provided from Broad and Summer Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the preliminary plan subject to these conditions, that they obtain necessary encroachment permits, that the landscaping plan be subject to the city forester's approval. Stormwater management plan shall be subject to the city engineer's approval. And also based on a written request from the applicant, we ask that the validity of the preliminary plan be extended to 1 year from the 90-day approval period. And finally, we ask that final plan be approved, be delegated to DPD staff.
Thank you. It's that time where we open it up to public comment, both here and in the virtual world. The applicant, you're more than welcome to go ahead and sit back down in your seats. We'll call you back up if we have any more questions, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Is it appropriate I make one closing comment before I take my seat?
Sure, before we open it up. Go
I
ahead.
think it's just as a point of clarification to address the comments earlier. Copley 1, the existing building, is constituency is for kids that are aging out of the foster care system who are either homeless or experiencing homelessness. There are 2 bedrooms in there for sibling type situations, as well as, kids that may have kids themselves. So we're proponents of trying to create a family community environment. On phases 2, which we're talking about today, we do have 9 2-bedrooms within that 44 units. We think a lot like Rockville, where we have 1s, 2s, and 3s down there, builds a stronger community. So I want to clarify that it's not the entire development isn't all kids that are aging out of the foster care system and the like. As a matter of fact, most of those 450 kids that are living on the streets currently, a major portion of them are from the Providence area, as is the targeted population for buildings 2 and 3 as well. So just wanted to clear those points up in case there was any misconception or I wasn't clear earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, we will open it up to public comment. We've heard the staff report. If you are joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand at the bottom center area of your screen or press *9 if you're calling in. And we will start with the virtual world and then we'll get to anyone else that's here in person.
Okay, we have Dexter Vincent. Give us a minute here.
Okay, please state your name for the record, and then you can proceed with your comment. You have been promoted.
All right. Am I clear to talk?
Yes, you are. Yeah, please state your name for the record and go ahead with your comment.
My name is Dexter Vincent. I am a junior at Classical High School, so I'm also familiar with this area. I take the bus all the time, the 20, the R, down Broad Street. So I do interact with people in the area. I pass by Crossroads a lot, so I interact with people there. And I must say that I have never had a negative interaction with anybody along Broad Street. And that's really just to address concerns about an increase of like a concentration of lower income people along that stretch. I really don't think that that would have a negative effect on the students at those schools from my personal experience. And I think that having more affordable housing in that area would help to alleviate the housing crisis that my dad is a renter and he's experiencing costs and prices or increases in prices. So in closing, I'd just like to say that I'm all in favor for this.
Thank you. Did you say you're a junior in high school?
Yeah, I'm a junior at Classical High School.
You're just here to speak on this agenda item?
Yeah, I'm just here to speak on this and to listen into the comprehensive planning process.
Well, that's great. We need more kids like you in Providence. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for chiming in and giving us your input.
Go purple.
Thank you. Go purple.
All right. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience that would like to speak today? All right. And seeing none, do we have anyone here in our audience? And all right, we're seeing none. So we'll go to deliberations amongst us. I think we've heard a lot of discussion on this one, and we're speaking about just 220 tonight. We will be seeing 228 probably in the next month because that's a major land development. They had to notice it differently. But I mean, this is exactly, I think, what we need. Maybe it's not the most ideal situation as far as the concentration of income levels in a general area of the city. I do agree with you, Christian. But I think this is a good project, and these guys seem like reputable people who are trying to do the right thing. And I look at this investment in our city in a positive way, and I think it's a great project. Anyone else care to voice an opinion?
I think it's a great project. I'm just very, very concerned that in a couple of years, when all of this stuff lands, shakes out, that there may be some unintended consequences. And I wish there was a mechanism for, it's really, this is the city council's job. So I really wish the council had a mechanism to start to consider those things.
Yep. I do. I'm not speaking in a bubble either. I live very close to this as well, and I will be traveling past it frequently. So I do share the same concerns about the concentrations, but I do think we need this type of housing. We need more of it.
My only other question, I didn't see the design on Sumter Street, but I was wondering if it's also, again, is it a wall down Sumter Street, or is there a summer?
Something further up, there are elevations, building elevations in the plan.
Or is there access from Summer Street? There's no parking, but there's access around the back.
What?
There is parking on grade in phase 3 behind the project that we're speaking about today.
But access from the street on the side.
Hang on one second. We'll bring the applicant back up to answer this question. How about that?
I can say that there's the west elevation is along Summer Street. There's windows, but there's no door on that elevation.
Yeah, it's the second page of the architectural set. You're looking at the civil set. Do you not have the other large here? Yeah, that one.
So on the west elevation, just that long wall.
Now I'm working.
There is an access point that allows egress out of the back of both phase
Out the
1
back up
as
here,
well as phase 2.
In
And
between the buildings.
Trying to find the.
behind both of the buildings.
Yeah. behind.
That access is parallel with Broad Street, perpendicular to Summer Street.
No, so my only comment really is, seems like when there's a long wall like that, there's no pedestrian access to the building. It kind of makes the street deserted from, just, we talked about it the last meeting, from the human scale, is that what we called it?
Yes.
So it isolates it's like that street right there. There's no traffic, no people walking in that space.
Well, I think we do have the residential windows that front onto that west side of Summer Street.
Yeah, if you look at the
Yeah.
first floor
I
elevator, or the
see
first
that,
floor
yeah, right here.
unit layout,
And
there's the
other issue-
manager's office and then units all along that street.
And then the existing grade drops about 3.5 feet.
Yeah.
From the front to the back of the building, making it inaccessible from either a handicap standpoint, because we're building right up to the lot line in that particular situation, as well as having residential units fronting
Right
onto
there.
Summer Street at that point.
They are planting street trees, as you can tell in the civil plan.
Right, yeah, no, I saw it. So it's my same comment from the last meeting, right, that it isolates the building from the street. Minimizes the amount of human, let's say human trafficking, but human traffic on the street. It kind of makes it a little bit, I don't know if scary to walk by is the right term to use, but it's just a difficult place to walk through in the city when there's nobody there.
Well, I think with the fact that in phase 3, the back parking lot, that is a parking lot on grade that looks like it's part of that third phase building, will have, people walking into the parking garage, out of the parking garage, into the residences or into PCHC's new community health center, that sort of thing. So it will be active on that side of Summer Street
And
on a
if you,
daily basis.
if you look at the G2 plan of the civil set, the Garofalo set, you can see how the difference in the other side of the street will be.
Ground park.
You see the ground parking, there's entrance to the building on that side, there's commercial on the first floor. So I think that'll help
Yeah,
the area.
just to keep the streets active.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Okay. Any other discussion, or would anyone like to make a motion on this item?
Well, I just got this, skipped over me, so
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
That wasn't intentional at all, Harry.
I know. I know, you're my friend. No, I think it's a development that really needs, that there's a strong need for this, otherwise they wouldn't be doing it. But I do really have to question whether it's in the right place. My fellow commissioner has been making this point now for several months. And I think we should be able to know, somebody should be able to tell us whether this is in violation of those federal guidelines. What's his name? The attorney who spoke here, Darrell, what's his last name? Anyway, he spoke about 2 months ago. He spoke with regard to Crossroads. He spoke very eloquently about the fact that it was a clear violation of Department of Housing. And we ignored it basically. And now it's come back around. And it just bothers me that we still are just going to ignore.
Well, I think that the discussion isn't ignoring it. It's urging the city council or in our process of updating the city's comprehensive plan to add a mechanism or some kind of guidelines to look into those issues when building different types of housing stock in different areas. I don't think we're ignoring it at all. It has been brought up. There's no mechanism right now to address it. Is the ultimate answer to that today.
Say what?
We can't do it. That will put the ball in city council.
Yeah, I just, the
can't hold
council,
hands up the
the council has enough to worry about. I'm not sure I feel great about just passing it on to them and saying, we're not ignoring it, but we're not doing anything. So by definition, we're ignoring it. But anyway, it's,
Can I just
Please,
give you,
yeah.
give you two little pieces of information that might be worth something. One is that the income range up to 60% of area median income is actually above the average per capita income in this Upper South Providence neighborhood. That's one piece of information. Another piece is that you'll recall that you approved a market rate project. You approved a couple of market rate projects around the corner on Westminster Street, but also another sizable one on Blackstone Street, just a couple of blocks to the south, the site of the old Flynn School. So, you know, while there is a fair amount of affordable housing, and there's no doubt that we need affordable housing, there's also a lot of market rate housing happening. There's a lot of housing in general.
all right, well, thank you for that comment, I guess, Bob.
It's good to have context.
I can actually add to that a little bit based on my experiences at the zoning board. There have been a lot of residential projects that have been proposed that don't rise to the level of this, but are smaller, that do provide all types of housing, including on the east side of Providence. Tockwatton House, for example, is being redone, and it's being redone with young professionals in mind, but very small units and a large number of them. So I don't expect that they're above average income at that point in their lives, frankly. So we have seen a lot of very different income projects coming before the zoning board.
Thank you for that context. Any other discussion, or at this point, I think a motion is appropriate.
I'd like to move to, this is for the preliminary grant, to approve the preliminary plan subject to the findings in the staff report and the discussion tonight.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I will, I'd like to second it, just the spirit of goodwill.
Thank you, Harry. We'll have Harry as the second. All right, we'll go around and take a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Preliminary plan passes. Good luck, and we'll see you in a month or two.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
All right, we'll move right into the next agenda item. It's a city council referral, agenda item number 2. Referral number 3526. It's 550 Veazie Street. The applicant is BFG MARI LLC.
Commissioners, this is a request for a zone change from MMU 75 to M1. So this site is currently occupied by a self-storage facility in the MMU 75 zone, which is not permitted by right. This facility actually operates through a variance that was granted by the zoning board of review. So the applicant is requesting a zone change to M1 to render this development conforming and also to allow for an expansion. So yeah, I guess the applicant's here and they can provide you with more details.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Good afternoon. My name's Katie Otrondo on behalf of the applicant for this zone change.
And I'm Norm Kotash on behalf of Mary Hill Capital, the owners of the site in question.
And thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, so this proposal for the zone is for a zone change from MMU to M1 to bring the property's use into conformance with the zoning ordinance. Your staff report summarizes the proposal well, and it is clear that the zone change is supported by the comprehensive plan as indicated in the staff report. I would say that this is a relatively straightforward request, so if you have any questions, we are more than happy to provide any answers.
Right. Commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant before we hear the staff report?
The only
Harry?
question I had, if the zoning board approved this, why are they here instead of the zoning board?
Bob can answer that.
I can answer that question. So the zoning board approved this as a use variance, which is a type of variance that allows you to use the property in a way that's not in compliance with the zoning ordinance. The standard when the zoning board considers use variances is that they need to make a finding that the property has no beneficial use unless the variance is granted. I would argue that in this case and in many cases where the zoning board granted that use variance, they shouldn't have done so because just about any land has beneficial use under the existing zoning. But it used to be the case that the most expedient route to getting the type of land use that you desire was to go to the zoning board rather than to go the proper route, which is to ask for a rezoning of the property. The zoning board today does not grant use variances except in very, very narrow circumstances. So this is a problem for us. We have a legacy of perhaps thousands of use variances throughout the city where we have the same sort of situation. I'm going to just show you, I'm going to share my screen here and show you the land in question. And I have to now pull this over to here. You can see the you can see this lot. The turning off zoning here. This is the lot here. Might take a second for this to come up. All right, well, I won't do it that way. That's better. So you can see the lot here, and you can see that there's additional land. You can see the self-storage units right here. They're interested in expanding modestly some self-storage in this open land. They can't do it under the current zoning. So I would argue that right now this land is not zoned properly, and this is something that, in our opinion, makes sense for this property.
We're going to fix the glitch, basically.
Remedial function,
Yes.
medical. You know, you're a doctor, no?
Memo.
Doctor of zoning.
Just to understand context, the sites that look to be just south of those parcels are zoned. What are they zoned?
Those are residential.
No, yeah, I'm curious about the ones just.
This is these are residential. This is R2 and this is R1.
And just next to it, these are. Yeah, these three.
This is all MMU, the industrial zone. So
Those are all MMU.
yeah, they're in the
75.
MMU, which is a slightly lighter industrial zone.
But it allows some mixed use.
It allows some mixed use, but not self-storage. M1 allows self-storage.
The real remedy, I'm looking at the matrix. And, you know, when you go to the MMU,
Speaking in your microphone.
when you go to MMU in the use matrix, it's like all the way down P, and then self-storage is the one
Prohibited.
That's right.
Yes.
like, it just seems to me like the remedy would be just to write that P right in there. So anybody got a pen?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
that's
yeah.
one, but that's also a city council
Yeah.
matter. as
Well, we've thought of that as well. I think there are certain areas of MMU where that might not be most desirable, like along the Woonasquatucket River. I think in a situation like this is a, somewhat of an industrial area. Yes, it's up against a residential zone, but in this case, self-storage is a pretty benign sort of use. I don't expect that it's gonna, these places don't get a lot of traffic, for example. So it is a fair point. It's not what the applicants are asking for. And I do think this is probably the simplest way for them to be able to expand their business here.
My one concern here is that M1 is where the compassion centers can go. So this property immediately becomes, I believe it's not within the circle from a school. I could be wrong. There is no other compassion center. Oh, maybe that the big one.
Well, that's a fair point. You could make a recommendation to the council that the uses in this particular area of M1 exclude compassion center. That you can do, that can be noted on the map.
Yeah, just because it's next to an R1, so I would be,
Yep.
that's what be my concern.
So it's a very good point. Thank you, Commissioner.
If I can just give a little more.
Or we could possibly even recommend limiting it to self-storage.
Well, you can do that, but that would be limiting even beyond what's
they're
allowed on the
doing.
property
Yeah, okay,
today.
right.
So,
I'd rather the use that we don't want attached to it. I agree. Go ahead.
I'm
The
sorry.
applicant.
We are recent purchasers of the property, probably within the last year and a half. And I did personally reach out to Councilman Narducci, who that's his district, wanted to talk to him, and I met him on site. We walked the site and I showed him what we were going to do. And he was very comfortable with it, in favor of it. And the previous owner actually had about a 20,000 square foot, 3-story building in the very back of the property that was previously approved. We knew it wasn't popular with the residents in the area, this monstrosity, which would literally be right outside their windows because they look down into the site. So we were sensitive to that. And what we did was we literally limited it to 3,700 square feet of units that sit on existing pavement. We're not even expanding the footprint. We won't have to get bulldozers in there. The units, the units that we're going to be putting in are called mass units. They are built right on site. There's a picture of them. They look just like the regular units. They're not storage containers. But the nice thing about it is they bring a truck in, they set it down, they erect them on site without bulldozers, without big foundations, and they literally put ground screws in the corners. So it's very, it's not intrusive to the neighborhood. It's quiet. And it's driven by need. I mean, we service people within a 3-mile radius of that site. So literally the neighbors who are surrounding us are our tenants. So we were very, like I said, very sensitive to the neighborhood. And that's why we met with Councilman Narducci. As I said, he's in favor of it, especially since it's so scaled down. And we are very, like I said, aware of trying to be harmonious with our neighbors. And you hit it on the head. We get about 1.7 cars an hour at self-storage facilities. No draw on city services, virtually no impact from this additional 3,700 square feet will the city ever see. They won't even see those units back there either, by the way. 'Cause- And I don't know if you could tell, I can approach it if you don't mind, I'll show you where they are.
Go right ahead.
You can lower the screen a little bit. This, you can barely see this, there's a patch of asphalt that sticks out here. So they're gonna be literally surrounding this patch in here, non-existing pavement. You're not gonna touch any of this, all these trees, everything that goes in state. Thank you.
Well, that's helpful. That's some good context. Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant before we open it up to public comment after we hear the staff report? All right, let's hear it, Joanne.
Sure. And commissioners, as you can see based on the map, this is an area that has a mix of uses, nearby residential as well as MMU uses that you see in those zones. And we find that approving the zone change would be in conformance with the comprehensive plan, given that this area is intended for business mixed-use development. Since this use has operated on the site for a number of years, we don't think that making this conforming with the zone change as well as a small expansion is going to affect neighborhood character or necessarily have a negative effect on neighboring property. So based on that, we would recommend that you make a positive recommendation to the council, find this to be in conformance with the comprehensive plan, as well as the purposes of zoning.
All right, thank you, Choya. Do we have anyone in our virtual, if you're here, we'll open this up to public comment. If you're here joining us in the virtual world, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in. And then we'll start there and we'll see if anyone here in the real world, the attendant world, are here to speak on this matter.
Okay, first, we have Ruth Davis, and I will make her a panelist here. Okay, Ruth, you can unmute.
Please just state your name once you unmute.
Yeah, my name is Ruth Davis. We are actually here not about this property, but about the next one, 511 Hope Street.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll bring you back then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the virtual world who'd like to speak on this agenda item number 2? Anyone here in person? And we're seeing none in both. So with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. All right, commissioners, we've heard the staff report. I think the only suggestion, which I agree with, is recommending that the compassion center use is prohibited at this parcel. But other than that, I think it's pretty straightforward.
So moved.
I think that works. All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Manuel got the second in this time because Harry's busy writing.
I stuck in the second.
No, you're fine.
All right, we'll go around and take a
Appreciate
voice
Manuel
vote.
Sneaking in.
Noel,
Aye.
Harrison,
Aye.
Chris,
Aye.
Manuel,
Aye.
and I vote aye.
Thank you very much for your time.
Good luck with city council.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move right along to agenda item number 3, if I can find my. All right, so agenda item number 3 is a minor subdivision. It's a public hearing and it's a unified development review. So we'll handle this one a little bit differently. It's case number 22-038 UDR. It is 511 Hope Street. The applicant is PVD LLC.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to give a quick introduction before we begin with this item. So this is a site that measures approximately 9,500 square feet. And the applicant is proposing to subdivide it into two lots of about 4,748 and 4,719 square feet. Now, while the lot is within the 10% minimum requirement that's required for an administrative modification, that's what they applied for when they initially wanted to subdivide a lot, but they received an objection, which is why they're here before you. So they are seeking to subdivide this lot and also requesting relief from the minimum lot size requirement, subject to a UDR. And yeah, I guess we have a representative who can take us through it.
Attorney Conley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I do have Kevin Diamond and Dustin DeZubi on Zoom. I believe Kevin can show you a quick overview of the site and what we hope to do there. But the TPD report is excellent. It walks through all of the evidence as to all of the findings necessary based on the application itself and what's already been submitted into the record. I'm be very happy to answer questions, but my assumption is largely that this board would like to see the architectural proposal.
Well, that would be enjoyable, yes. So we're looking for them online. Are they under it?
Yeah, they're coming in. I believe this is Unified Development Review. So you're going to want to have the stenographer swear in the witnesses.
Yes.
They're going to be testifying to the standards. Dustin DeZubi is here, and Kevin Diamond. Let's see if I can make that happen.
So once they let you in, we'll have the stenographer swear you in, and then you will be able to continue.
Kevin, can you turn on your camera and unmute, please?
Absolutely. Can everybody?
There you go.
Yep. Okay.
Good evening.
All right, the stenographer is going to swear you in.
Yeah. Why don't you come up here?
You solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Just state your full name and spell your last name, please.
Absolutely. Kevin Diamond, D-I-A.
And the same for you, Dustin?
Yes, I swear to tell the truth. Dustin DeZubi, D-U-S-T-I-N, D-E-Z-U-B-E.
Thank you. All right, you may proceed now.
Excellent. So I will, let's see how we'd like to begin here. I could go ahead and share a screen if that's okay.
Go right ahead.
All right. Excellent. So I'm just going to start with an aerial of the site, just an architectural site plan that essentially lays out what we have in mind here. You know, we've got our little zoning table off to the side here. But basically what we're working with here is the existing lot, 9467 square feet. And this red line right down the center running vertically is where we propose to carve the lot in half. There is an existing two-family home on the site, which we're fully renovating. It's a thorough renovation that's currently in progress to keep the home to continue functioning as a two-family. And on the newly created or carved off lot to the left here, it will be again another duplex as well. That will be constructed as obviously as new construction. We're not seeking any relief in terms of any other requirements aside from just minimum lot size. So that's our architectural site plan, which gives a bit of a glimpse into how we plan to use the site. We're proposing to move the curb cut. So there's one common drive aisle to access the existing home in the rear of the proposed home. Then there'll be another curb cut added to the new lot, of course, so you can have garage parking and off-street parking to avoid burdening Hope Street with any additional off-street cars. So the proposal from a site plan perspective is fairly straightforward. And then what we have in mind for the project in terms of how it would feel from Hope Street is it would look something like this. And this is on the left is the existing duplex, and on the right is the proposed duplex. And this sort of indicates how we imagine how site circulation would feel from the street. We've done a lot of research and design thinking, and a lot of process has gone into creating both the facades of both of these buildings in a manner that would fit in and feel very cohesive and congruent with the other homes and architecture on the block. So I'd be glad to answer any questions if anybody has any.
You submitted a survey for this. The surveyor is not available this evening, is he?
No,
No.
the surveyor is not present.
Okay. I only asked because when I was looking at GIS, I was hoping to have him help me walk through it. And it looks like the lots surrounding it, and I was just going to try to get Bob to pull that up, are very similar sized. They're all primarily undersized lots. They're most all under 5,000 square feet. There's actually, Bob just pulled it up for me. Two lots to the south on Hope Street is 3,500 square feet. The lots directly next door are both 4,865. Actually, even more further up and behind it, they're all about 4,865. So they're all. This isn't, incompatible with the surrounding areas. That's kind of what I was getting at.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's roughly average compared to everything in the area, and actually larger than some of the lots in the immediate vicinity.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay, commissioners, any other questions for the applicant before we hear the staff report on this one?
Will there be easements for parking?
Yes, there'll be one easement, an access easement from, you can kind of see it in this image here, where there's going to be parking access to the new build from the existing drive aisle at the existing property. One of the conditions we expect to be in place is that at the time of the recording of the subdivision and the legal description, we will have the easement in place at that point in time.
Any other questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Is anybody for the applicant going to testify to the standards of relief for zoning?
Happy to do so. I do think they're laid out in the DVD report, but specific to the dimensional variance, that the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief, it's the subject property is unique as lots of areas within 10% of the 5,000 square foot minimum.
Mr. Connolly.
Yes.
I know you know that you have to have an independent expert or one of the developers, somebody testify as to the evidence on which they're going to base their findings of fact. Please.
The evidence is the application.
You can't be the person who testifies in a zoning matter.
I am not testifying. I am citing the DPD report, which is a third-party expert review by a planner, which has affirmative findings as to each element therein. We haven't gone through the additional time and expense to hire an expert, given the fact that the findings are already complete.
Well, I can only say that the commission will have to make its determination based on that. But it's the applicant's burden to demonstrate the facts.
I can testify, having reviewed the survey, that it is within 10% of the 10,000 square feet that would be required to do this subdivision and create two lots that are conforming at 5,000 square feet each.
Okay, that's the first finding we must find. What about the second through the fifth?
Mr.
I've
Chairman,
reviewed the DPD report, and as Dylan noted, I agree with all the findings in the DPD report that this project
So we're-
is characteristic
I'm
of the
just gonna-
lot.
I'll interrupt you right there. We are acting as the zoning board right now. So the same attention to detail that you would present to the zoning board should be presented right now to us, because that's the body we're acting as. So when you present to the zoning board, as you well know, you get up, you state the burden of proof that you must, as the applicant, not the planning department, that the applicant has to provide to us to make our decision.
absolutely.
So if you want, I can go through these and ask these to your client, or you can ask them to him.
That's fine, Mr. Chairman. Dustin or Kevin, do you have the DPD report available?
I can grab it. If you want to ask me the questions, Dylan, I'm happy to answer them. So we can get that on the record from myself.
So the second element is that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant and does not result primarily from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. If you could just speak to whether or not the hardship is a result of any prior action of yours.
It is not. I purchased the lot and it was already just under 10,000 square feet. I didn't create any subdivision or do anything to change the lot size or decrease its area.
Does your request for relief result primarily from the desire to realize greater financial gain?
No, it does not.
The next element is that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent or purpose of this ordinance or comprehensive plan. You can speak to whether or not this proposal is going to alter the general character of the surrounding area.
No, it will not. As was noted earlier, the abutting lots are of similar size. Most of them are shy of 5,000 square feet. So creating two lots that are also just shy of 5,000 square feet is very much in character with the rest of the neighborhood. The massing and detailing that we're proposing for the new construction property is also in line with the characteristics that are found elsewhere in the neighborhood.
Item 4 is that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. If you could just give a description as to if the somewhat smaller than the 5,000 square foot lots is the least relief necessary.
It is. We worked really hard to make sure that there were no other relief items that were required in terms of impervious coverage, in terms of other setbacks. So the minimum relief in this case, and the only thing that we were not able to work around, is the fact that the total lot size was under 10,000 square feet, making the only relief item that we cannot get around otherwise through proposing a different massing or site coverage is the fact that the lot sizes are going to be just under 5,000 square feet.
And lastly, specific to the dimensional relief, is that the hardship that will be suffered if you're denied this relief amounts to more than a mere inconvenience. If you could describe what would happen if you were not granted this dimensional relief.
If we were not granted this dimensional relief, we would have to leave the house as is, and we would have to leave the lot as is, and we would not be able to use the lot and create new housing in a setting where we're having a shortage of housing. And it would be a large amount of vacant land that would be disproportionate to the neighborhood.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to do the same for the standards relative to the minor subdivision?
Sure. Actually, no, that's you don't have to do that. Let's stick to the zoning first.
And
then we'll
Mr.
move on.
Conley, I know you seem a little annoyed, but you do have some objectors here. And if someone's going to have to defend this, I want to make sure that it doesn't get kicked back because the record's not full and clear. I'm trying to help.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so commissioners, anything of the applicant before we hear the staff reports? Okay, with that, we will hear the staff report.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And our staff report is very similar to what you just heard. But just to elaborate on that a little bit, the reason why we find this property unique is because it's areas within 10,000 square feet of the 5,000 square foot minimum for each lot that's required for subdivision by right. And because it's within 10%, it does not require a variance. And so this can be subdivided through administrative modification, which does not require the level of findings for a variance, which is why we consider it unique. As discussed, this hardship of not being able to subdivide the lot is not due to a prior action of the applicant. As discussed and shown on the plan, the granting of this variance will not alter the character of the surrounding area, given that a lot of the lots surrounding this property are of a similar size to what will result once this lot is subdivided. Granting this would be the least relief necessary to subdivide the subject lot, and denial would, in our opinion, be more than a mere inconvenience, as it would prevent subdivision of the lot. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the requested relief from the minimum lot size requirement.
Okay. Do we want to go into the full staff report?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the minor subdivision as well.
Sure, and commissioners, as discussed, should you grant the relief as well as the subdivision, we would find that. Okay, we will find that this would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, given that the future land use map intends this as an area for low density residential development, which is intended for lots between 3,200 to 5,000 square feet with 1 to 2 family dwellings. And this would result in the development that is consistent with that description. Subject to you granting relief from the minimum lot size requirement, this would be in conformance with the zoning ordinance. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact, given that the applicant is required to comply with applicable regulations. This would be a buildable lot subject to you granting relief, and adequate street access would be provided from Hope Street. So based on that, we would recommend that you approve the preliminary plan for minor subdivision, subject pursuant to the dimensional relief being granted. And that plan should be approved subject to the condition that the validity of the plan be extended to 1 year from the 90-day expiration period, the statutory timeframe. And this is in response to a written request from the applicant, who feels that the 90-day approval period would be too short to fulfill any conditions of approval. And finally, we ask the final plan be delegated to DPD staff, final plan approval.
And I think we wanted to add a third condition to that, is that the easements should be recorded prior to final plan approval as well.
Sure.
Okay, with that, we will open this up to public comment. Thank you, applicants. And if you are here in the virtual world to speak on this matter, please raise your virtual hand. And if you're calling in, you can press *9. That will raise the hand for us if you're calling in. And we will start with, we'll bring Ruth Davis back again.
So actually, my husband, William A. Drew, is going to read from our letter.
So please, whoever is going to speak, please state your name and your address for the record.
William A. Drew.
Hang on 1 second. I think we're gonna have to swear you in because this is a zoning matter.
Oh, okay.
So we'll have the stenographer come up and swear you in.
Okay.
Do we have a?
And would it be possible for you to turn your camera on?
Oh, sure.
So we can see you.
Can you see me? Okay.
Yes.
Hi.
There you go. Okay, the stenographer is going to say something now.
Okay.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Could you state your full name and spell your last name?
William A. Drew, D-R-E-W.
Thank you. And your address, please, for the record.
10 Bel Air Avenue, which is a property abutting that particular property to the rear, not on the Hope Side Street.
Thank you very much. Now you may proceed.
Excuse me, we're not there in person. We're just recovering from COVID. So I'm going to read a letter that my wife and I wrote to the zoning board a while back. And I've never done this before. I have been listening to your deliberations and presentation. So if I make some mistakes in what I'm doing, please and correct me. So let me read the letter, and I suppose I can ask for the letter to be entered into the record. I think you have this letter on file, but whatever. I'm
This
sorry.
was sent to the zoning
This
board,
was
not
sent to
us.
the zoning board, not to us. So we don't have the letter, but your testimony becomes part of the record. So
Okay.
please proceed.
Okay, so we'll forward that letter to you. Should I speak now?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, thank you. I, William A. Drew, and my wife Ruth Davis live at 10 Bel Air Avenue, Providence, Rhode Island, zip code 02906. We are responding to a solicitation for comments regarding a variance to existing zoning laws for a property located 511 Hope Street, Plat 6, Lot 52. Our property shares a common boundary with the property at 511 Hope Street. Our backyards border each other. We object to the granting of a variance of existing zoning laws. Perhaps that's not correct, but that's what we wrote. We object to the granting of a variance of existing zoning laws on several grounds. One, we bought property at 10 Bel Air Avenue nearly 40 years ago because it offered a healthy, balanced relationship between structures and green space, gardens, lawns, etc. The east side in general is characterized by a generous amount of green space to the number of dwellings. This is an essential characteristic of this area. For this, we have paid significant taxes, and we maintain our property in such a way to keep this balance since we have lived here. Two, the east side in particular, this area is characterized by a great many homes built in the early 20th century. While not historical in the way that Benefit Street might be considered, these houses nevertheless are representative of a certain architectural style popular in Providence from 1900 to 1940. We feel that this character should be maintained. Three, additional housing means additional parking, traffic, congestion, all which impede the quality and benefits of the aforementioned green space. Four, the paving over land with tarmac or other materials impedes the drainage of water, which is one of the main purposes, in my opinion, of the relationship between structures and open land. It's not my belief that zoning laws prevent the paving over land recklessly. Five, I'm a professor of illustration at the Rhode Island School of Design and a fine arts painter. Since I bought my house in 1983, I've created my art outside in my backyard in the spring, summer, and fall, which provides me with a healthy working environment. This is especially important since I've been diagnosed with chronic asthma. I have had pneumonia 3 times in the past 3 years, and I have other health problems, which make me especially vulnerable to noxious vapors and especially airborne particulates, excuse me. Airborne particulates are known to be the most aggravating air pollutants and are considered a leading cause of respiratory problems. My son, David A. Drew, a staff doctor and medical research at Tufts Medical Hospital in Massachusetts, can provide you with thorough and up-to-date information on the danger of airborne particulates. My primary healthcare physician, Dr. Jeffrey Completo, can substantiate my health conditions. I bring this to your attention as during the construction, I've been unable to work safely outside as I've done for 39 years. And not being able to pursue my art will negatively affect my employment at the Rhode Island School of Design and will alter the way I earn my living. 6, I am prepared to have the air quality professionally measured on a daily basis should such construction take place. Should I or my wife suffer any ill effects from such construction, we must consider appropriate legal action against the owners of the property, the contractors, and the city of Providence. You're having been notified of the threat to my well-being. I'm 75 years old. I fully expect to continue my life as I have for the last 40 years at 10 Bel Air Avenue in a safe, healthy, and peaceful environment. The variance request imposes major changes in my way of life. Having listened to the previous presentations, there have been discussions, this is not in the letter, regarding affordable housing and the need for that. This does not impress me as necessarily being affordable housing. And I would just say that it's always tempting. This again is not in the letter, to look at a piece of vacant land and say, gee, I can make some money. But that doesn't take into account when we're discussing the size of the lots, the relationship between the house and the green space that's left. And I think we all have a duty to protect the special part qualities of Providence, which is a combination of parks, green space, and housing. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
And I suppose we can email this to you, a copy of this letter.
Well, you're welcome to do that. Your testimony is now a part of the record as well. So
thank you.
So that will be a part. We have a stenographer here. She's recorded everything.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for hearing what we had to say.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else in the virtual audience who would like to speak on this matter? If so, please raise your virtual hand or press *9. And is there anyone in the room who would like to speak on this matter? We have no one on the sign-in sheet and no one is standing up, and we have no more hands raised in the virtual world. So with that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Well, we've heard the staff report. Is there anything that that we should think about when hearing this application, Bob?
You're looking my way.
Yeah.
Well, it's an application for dimensional relief, and you've heard all of the standards. We have come up with a doctrine of sorts. I give Choyan credit for this. When we think about the unique characteristics of a property, this property does have unique characteristics in that its land area is within 10% of that which is required for the subdivision to happen legally. And 10% is an important number because under normal circumstances, the Director of Inspection and Standards would have the authority to approve this administratively through a mechanism called administrative modification. The only reason this is in front of you is because Mr. Drew and Ms. Davis objected to that administrative modification when they got notice that it was under consideration. When that happens, it automatically kicks to the zoning board. But we feel very strongly that the zoning ordinance has to have a little bit of flexibility for unique circumstances, and this is, I think, the exact kind of circumstance that warrants relief, especially given the fact that when you look at these lots, including Mr. Drew's, every one just about on that block is under 5,000 square feet.
That was the striking thing when I looked at it. These lots are actually going to be larger than most of the surrounding lots, even subdivided, which was surprising to me as I looked at GIS on that.
If you, I'd add my views from zoning, from my role as zoning board counsel. The 10% is really kind of a magic threshold, and the zoning board is abiding by that. When people come to the zoning board and ask for a dimensional variance to build a two-family, when the lot is more than 10% too small, the zoning board tends to reject it unless there's some extenuating circumstance. So the line that DPD has drawn is something that's carried through at the zoning board as well, because it's in the ordinance. So the ordinance itself recognizes that this 10% is something that's kind of an automatic thing unless there's an objection by an abutter. And the only other thing I would add with respect to abutters' objections are they have to demonstrate that their property will be harmed, not that they individually will be harmed, but that their property will be harmed if it's granted.
That's very helpful. Thank you for that information in that context. Christian, you look like you wanted to chime in here.
I have the property up on Google Maps, and it looks like the lot that they're gonna build on is a parking lot now. It's paved.
It's a paved area
Yeah, with cars.
that's going to now have a house on it instead.
Yes, sir. So actually, the level of pollutants might actually be reduced
Right.
by putting a house there instead of half a dozen cars.
Yeah, well,
I'm just, I hesitate on this, but I want to ask this question. Just in terms of procedure, so that I know as a commissioner in the future, this question of testifying in making this decision now based on the maybe irregular, I don't know how to describe it, but way in which that testimony was offered, are we kind of setting a standard that later we have to abide by? Or I guess just in terms of having a third party independent party testifying on behalf.
It isn't always a third party independent.
Okay, thank you.
It's advisable to do that. And my advice is that you can give that testimony that you heard the weight and credibility that you choose to give it. And if you find that the witness was credible, even though he may have some interest in it, and what he said is consistent with what you've heard elsewhere and from DPD, and then you can give it whatever weight or credibility you choose.
Thank you. That's helpful.
all right. I looked at this without hearing the objector because I didn't have that in the pre-reads that we all get sent. And I thought this was pretty straightforward. And until I read the staff report, I didn't really understand why it was in front of us. But when there is an objector, it comes here. And I guess solicitor helped us with, counselor helped us with clarifying what our threshold is. And it's not a beneficial use of their property that we will be inhibiting by granting this. So I guess my opinion is unfortunately unchanged. I feel for the abutter, but I don't see that that's a legal reason for us to deny this application. So unless if
Just wanted to go back to the easement thing, because, well, easements kind of, I think they might become a problem in the future. If is an easement easy to take on?
no, I mean, it's part of the legal record.
Right, so.
That
if
runs
he
with the property, so if
just for
it's
selling
sold,
the house,
if it's sold to another party, the easement stays in place.
right, so I'm just looking at the sketch here, and if the house was designed differently, size-wise, and they put parking on the opposite side, they wouldn't need an easement.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, you're not approving the design of the house, you're not approving the layout of the house.
Right, but we asked to put an easement on the property. Maybe
yes.
we shouldn't.
Well,
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you could say that you could make a condition that says that an easement is required if it's necessary to have parking on the other lot. Here's the other thing. I think I heard the applicant say something about a garage. So perhaps
Right, there was one.
that new curb cut has an outdoor space and then another space in the garage. If this is going to be a two-family house, then that would be satisfied. And even if they want parking on the other lot, it wouldn't necessarily have to be by easement. So,
maybe we should change the suggestion to if an easement is required or necessary, it should be recorded prior to final plan approval.
Right. That was, yeah. Just came back to it because I put it out there.
Yeah, if it's unnecessary,
It doesn't look like
we
it.
shouldn't make it a condition, absolutely. Okay, I'm okay with that. Now on this one, just to be super clear, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're going to need to make two separate votes on this. We're going to have to have a motion and a vote on the dimensional relief, and then we're going to have a motion and a vote on the minor subdivision.
I move to approve the dimensional variance, subject to the staff report.
And the findings of fact and the testimony.
And the
given.
findings of fact and the testimony.
Perfect. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right, now we'll move on to the minor subdivision. Yes.
I make a motion to approve the preliminary plan pursuant to dimensional relief being granted under Unified Development Review with the conditions listed in the report and based on the findings and testimony.
And the,
If required.
How should I state that?
and additionally, adding to the third condition that if an easement is required, it shall be recorded prior to final plan approval. Just say so.
So moved.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. We'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. All right. Thank you very much. I think we're getting to about that time where it's about 10 to 7. We're going to take a short break. How long?
15, we've got
15-minute break to use the facilities. We're going to eat a quick bite to eat, and then we will reconvene. We'll call it at 5 after 7. So it's just a little over 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will call this meeting back to order. And we will continue right into the next agenda item, which is agenda item number 4, a minor subdivision, public hearing, unified development review yet again. It's case number 22-045 UDR. It's 157 Jewett Street. And we'll let Attorney Conley kick this off. Before anyone presents, just make sure we get the stenographer to swear you in. Maybe we should start with that. Let's do that right now.
If we could promote Kevin Diamond as well, the architect on the project.
All right, we'll swear him in. Do we have to swear him in again?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Actually, while we're waiting to get everyone together, we'll just have Troyan give the introduction.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. And this is also a request for a minor subdivision with unified development review. And the relief requested this time is for minimum lot size, minimum lot width, as well as the minimum lot area for construction of a 3-family dwelling. This is about 9,747 square feet. That's the measurement of the lot. And they want to subdivide into 2 lots of 4,471 and 5,320 square feet. And as you will see, the relief being requested is due to the characteristics of the lot, which require that the applicant seek the requested dimensional relief. And, they can explain more from here. Thanks.
Okay, now we'll get back to, we have Kevin Diamond. Can you please unmute yourself and turn on your camera? Because we're going to need to swear you in as well. We might as well do it all at the same time. All right, thank you. Can you unmute yourself as well?
Yes, can you hear me now?
That we can, yes. All right, so we're going to have the stenographer swear you both in, and then individually we'll state your name, and we'll do that. We'll swear you in together and then state your names individually.
Do you both solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Could you each state your full name and spell your last name, please?
Capriel Morajan, and I know you're going to want me to spell that one. Mouradijan.
Okay. Kevin, you can spell your name, please.
Yes, I do. My name is Kevin Diamond. Last name is spelled D-I-A-M-O-N-D. And sorry for the technical difficulties over here. I think we're all resolved.
All right, thank you. Now you guys may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kevin, do you want me to share from my screen or are you able to share?
Let me first try it on my end. That would be probably the easiest.
Just as an introduction, Mr. Chairman, we're looking at a lot that's almost 10,000 square feet. Would be perfect for a subdivision, except the existing beautiful home is directly in the dead center of the lot. So we had to jog the lot a little bit, as you can see from the site plan that's within your package. So the relief is really related to getting the maximum amount of square footage as possible in the most efficient manner as possible, really driving the exact location of the new home. So it's the least relief necessary. From there, hopefully if Kevin can share the screen, if not, if Bob, you could promote me, I can share mine.
Dylan, I unfortunately am, it's giving me some issues. If you can share, that would certainly help us keep going here. I apologize.
Dylan, just make sure that you're muted and that your volume is all the way off.
My volume's all the way off. I'll mute as soon as I get promoted.
Actually, it probably will mute you automatically, and then just don't unmute it. Because we'll get some nasty feedback.
I always expect nasty feedback.
Well played, well played.
So this is the new build that we will be able to construct as a result of the subdivision and the dimensional relief. Kevin, just let me know when you want me to change pages, but right here, I think the site layout is really where we want to focus.
Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, this is excellent. So same thing as the previous, very similar to the last thing we just discussed here. We've got ourselves a 9,725 square foot lot, and we are essentially just again cutting it in half and working within. Let me sort of move my screen here so I could
scroll down just slightly so we can see the
okay, yeah, okay, there it is. Wonderful. So yes, essentially, we are proposing to divide this existing lot in half, continue to basically preserve and keep the existing multifamily home, and on the newly created lot, we're proposing a new multifamily home. It's a fairly simple site plan. It's perhaps even more simple than simpler than the last site plan that we reviewed. Essentially, all the parking for both buildings will be on the lot that houses the existing building. We can discuss easements later in this process here. But the idea is to utilize what is already an existing driveway and essentially keep it and not clutter the site with any extra pavement that isn't necessary or any extra vehicular parking. The general idea was to just create a new lot and be able to accommodate a new 3-family home. So that I feel like this site plan definitely explains our intention. In the bottom right corner, that's the lot as it currently exists. There currently are 2 curb cuts, to the best of my knowledge, and we are going to essentially just keep that as it exists.
Right, so the other curb cut would be used for vehicle access. What we're doing is we're reusing the existing parking area to the right on the existing lot. We're moving an existing garage, which is in the back portion of, I'll call the new lot, Lot A. The relief that we're seeking is that the newly generated lot is slightly smaller than the 5,000 square feet, coming in at 4,471 square feet. And additionally, the lot width, as you can see from the front there, in terms of least relief necessary, that lot line is basically the best you can do for the setbacks necessary for the 2 properties, with the existing property being almost smack dab in the middle of the large lot. Mr. Chairman, I can go through the standards of the dimensional variance, and I have Kevin prepared to respond.
Please do.
So the hardship from which the applicant seeks relief is due to the unique characteristics of the subject land or structure, and not due to the general characteristics of the surrounding area, and it's not due to the physical or economic disability of the applicant, accepting those physical disabilities as addressed in Rhode Island General Laws 45/2430. Kevin, if you could just describe the hardship relative to the unique characteristics of the land.
Absolutely. The lot is under the minimum lot size to be able to subdivide this, and that's just part of the characteristic of this site. The fact that it exists currently far larger than it needs to house what it currently houses, and slightly too small to be able to be subdivided, which is just because of the characteristic of this site.
The second element is that the hardship is not the result of any prior action of the applicant. It does not primarily result from the desire of the applicant to realize greater financial gain. Actually, for this, Father, if you could just describe how long has that house and that parcel been that way?
My family has owned this property over 40 years.
And was it roughly in that shape and in that position when you acquired it?
Yeah, it always was this, and up until recently, it's been fine, but I've come back home and decided the best use of the property is if we can complement the existing very beautiful home that we have there with another one.
The next element is that the granting of the requested variance will not alter the general character of the surrounding area or impair the intent and purposes of the ordinance or the comprehensive plan. Kevin, if you could just talk about the general characteristics of the surrounding area.
Absolutely. To sort of in short answer your question, I don't see this negatively impacting the characteristics of the surrounding area. I believe this area to be and recognize this area to be identified as a place of homes that are double and triple decker properties with buildings that are roughly within the same build to zone, structures that are human scale, pedestrian friendly, and our proposal here in front of you is to be very congruent with that. Rather than doing something that stands out, our proposal is precisely to come up with something that blends in and continues the existing patterns that exist within the streetscape.
The next element is that the relief to be granted is the least relief necessary. Kevin, if you could just describe how you designed the subdivision in the building to request the least amount of zoning relief needed.
Absolutely. Yes, this is definitely the least relief necessary, and great care has been given to be able to come up with a proposal to actually to do that. Everything from how we are proposing to carve the lot line down to what we're actually proposing to do with the newly created lot. We're not seeking any additional relief items, and we've crafted our proposal and our design in a manner that utilizes what's currently there and maximizes it and removes things that are in the way, such as the old garage structure in the rear. So absolutely, this proposal is certainly the least relief necessary.
The last element is that if the relief were denied, it would amount to more than a mere inconvenience. You could just talk to what would happen to the site and to the project if the relief were to be denied.
Absolutely, yeah. If the relief were to be denied, this would be far more than a mere inconvenience to the applicant. Without being able to subdivide this, there would be no project. It wouldn't just reduce the outcome of the project. It would eliminate it altogether. There would be no way to propose this structure without subdividing the lot.
Thank you.
Okay, one quick question for you,
Sure.
Because we just talked about this at the last agenda item, and we discussed the 10% threshold. that the zoning board usually lends to lot size. This is about 30 feet shy, 28.2 feet shy of that 10% threshold. So we're at 10.6 now. If the new lot line that you're proposing between lot A and B on the upper portion of the diagram that you're showing there, if you were to move that lot line 1 foot over, you would be over 4,500 square feet for that lot A, and it would be less than 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe there's any objection to that. I think the positioning of that lot line may have just been relative to, that maybe have been permeable surface calculations at some point in time at one of the earlier design iterations. But Kevin, do you see any reason why we couldn't move that back lot line 1 foot?
The one that is running
This
vertically?
That one
Yeah.
right there, yes.
Yeah, the one running vertically. Let me look at my zoning table here. Is there any way you
It's
can,
about 30, your survey shows that it's 33.27 feet long in that section, so 1 foot would take care of that issue.
okay. May I ask whoever's driving the screen here, just to scroll up just a little bit so I can see the rest of my zoning table? Because I do believe that was intentionally placed there in an effort to basically seek the least relief necessary by essentially we're trying to not be over on any of our impervious surface coverage. So let me double check this here.
It's the impervious surface coverage of the lot losing. You would just need to tear up the concrete apron around the existing building.
Well, I don't know. Proposed lot B is 60% overall. You're allowed to get to 65.
Oh, all right.
It's the front yard where you're maxing it out, and that's not going to be affected.
It won't change.
Right. Yeah, I see no issue with that I can tell at the moment, just for looking at this zoning table here. If it would solve this issue, then yes, I think that makes sense.
You know, we're not normally the zoning board, but we did stay at Holiday Inn Express last night, and we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot since then, and I think we would like to try and act as if they were sitting here in our place.
Of course, yeah. That's a reasonable. I think that's a reasonable proposal in terms of an adjustment here, and I'd like to ask the owner and applicant to chime in, but as the architect, I don't see a direct concern with that.
We're fine with it.
Yes, thank you.
Mechanically, how do we do that?
Well, they would have to, at final plan, they'd have to submit to us a revised subdivision that shows
So
that.
we can still do this tonight?
Yes.
Okay. So it'd just be at final plan, they revise their plan to adjust that one line over 1 foot to create a lot size over 4,500 square feet in lot A.
Even looking at the architectural, it's clear that was the intent. And it sounds like the survey versus the architectural site plan were a little bit different. So we're with you 100%.
Okay, great.
Excellent. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Wonderful. Commissioners, do you have any other questions of the applicant? Okay, well, then we will hear the staff report and we will open it up to public comment.
Do you want to hear the zoning relief before, or do you want to hear both aspects?
Let's hear the zoning relief first, and then we'll go over to the minor land development. We'll hear the whole staff report now.
Sure. And commissioners, so first criteria is the hardship that the applicant's seeking relief from being due to the unique characteristics. And as they've demonstrated, the placement of the building does necessitate this relief that is being requested. And this hardship is not caused by a prior action of the applicant, as this is the way the lot was developed. We don't believe that these variances will alter the general character of the surrounding area, given that the development that will result is similar to what exists around the site. This would be the least relief necessary in order to allow for subdivision into 2 lots. And we do feel that denial of this relief would be more than a mere inconvenience, as it would prevent subdivision of the lot, which the applicant would be able to do were it not for these unique conditions. So based on that, we recommend that you grant the requested relief from the minimum lot size, minimum lot width, and minimum, and also the minimum lot size for construction of a 3-family dwelling. And it should be subject to the condition that the applicant move the lot line to the rear in order to increase the amount of area to bring it closer to the 10% threshold that they are required to meet. And based on that, we can move on to the minor subdivision, where should it be subdivided the way they are proposing, this would be in conformance with Providence tomorrow, the future land use map, which indicates this area as one for medium density residential development, and the subdivision would result in development that conforms to that description. Subject to you granting the requested relief, this will be in compliance with the zoning ordinance. We don't foresee a negative environmental impact. This will be a buildable lot, which is not expected to pose any constraints of development, and adequate street access will be provided from Jewett Street. So based on this, we would recommend that you approve the minor subdivision, the preliminary plan, subject to the condition that the validity of the plan be extended to 1 year from the expiration of the 90-day approval period, based on a written request submitted by the applicant, who indicates that the time period may not be enough for them to complete the conditions of final plan approval. And finally, we ask that final plan approval be delegated to DPD staff.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will open it up to public comment. And we will look in our virtual world to see if anyone online would like to speak on this matter. If you are here joining us on the interwebs, please raise your virtual hand at the bottom of your screen or press *9 if you're calling in. And is there anyone in the room here today? All right. With that, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. Any other deliberation, discussion, questions? Yes, sir.
What is the minimum lot width?
50 feet.
The 10% rule does not apply, or there can be.
That was for minimum lot size.
Yeah, and this particular one, the 10% rule we use when we talk about unique characteristics for lots. I would argue that there's another unique characteristic of this particular lot because of the location of this house. In order to get the required 6-foot setback off of the house, the only way that you can create a separate lot is by having this proposed lot width that's substandard. So that's not, so 10% is not the only time when we would consider there to be unique characteristics.
Is that constrained in you?
It certainly does. It does. Yeah, they have to still meet all of the standards with respect to setback, lot coverage, pervious surface, and so forth. This lot being 38.75 feet wide, it's narrow, but it's not impossibly narrow. They're allowed to go to 45 feet, 3 stories not to exceed 45 feet. They were showing a building that has a pitched roof that has attic space, but that would not be habitable space.
Any other discussion or questions of the commissioners? On this one, we're going to need 2 votes as well. And the first vote would definitely be the zoning again. So we'd be voting on the dimension to voting, if there were a motion, it would be a motion to approve the dimensional variance based on the findings of fact, the testimony given and submitted by the applicant. And based on the staff report and adding in a condition that the dimensional variance is contingent on a revised survey showing a lot A as 4,500 square feet or more as discussed.
Second.
All right, let's go around and take a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Now we'll move right over into the minor subdivision. And again, if we were to make a motion on this to approve it, it would be based on the staff report and the findings of fact with the recommendations included in the DPD staff report, and additionally adding a third condition that a new survey moving the upper 32.27 foot long lot line over 1 foot, resulting in lot A being more than 4,500 square feet.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the table. We'll go around and do a voice vote. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Thank you very much. Good luck. All right, we'll move right into agenda item number 5. It is a city council referral. Referral number 3515 for 22-26 Ringgold Street. And we'll let Bob kick this one off.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This is a petition to rezone a piece of property from actually 2 lots on Ringgold Street from R3 to C1, and this would be the type of rezoning where there would be conditions that the property be used for residential use only. As you'll see in our staff report, we're recommending something a little bit different from that. But to just start it off, the reason for this proposal is such that the applicant can construct a multifamily building. There's already a multifamily building on one of the 2 lots. So maybe I think Mr. Conley's going to take this on, and looks like he's also got Kevin Diamond as well to testify. I believe that this plan may be a little bit out of date, and maybe you can explain that with respect to the number of units.
Oh, this is, I apologize. I'm sharing something a bit on the fly this evening. This is one iteration out of date. The total number of units is 9 units, not 10 units. That's critical for the record. The total number of units is 9 units. Really, what the proposal is to do here and the travel here, and the owner, I believe, is on the Zoom. Police, if you just raise your hand. We had a conversation originally with the owner. There's sort of a vacant lot next to the existing building, and what you could do with that lot is about 3 units, and you know, just a bit of a conversation between the owner about whether or not we could do more units. And as you all know, a zone change is a legislative process that goes through the council. Part of any legislative process, any zone change that I do, I immediately reach out to the councilor. And in this case, I reached out to the mayor and the PRA as well, because our concept was for every unit that we got above and beyond what we would be otherwise entitled to, we would restrict it to workforce housing. So the proposal this evening is for a 9-unit building, which would create 6 workforce units, 3 market units. The reason why it is the C1 with the residential restriction is because underneath the present R4, we would still be stuck at 3 units. There is, as this committee is well aware, a proposal to amend the standards relative to R4, which I believe would make the unit count accessible. I don't know that this design would function relative to the setbacks and other issues. And Kevin, can you just speak briefly on how you designed it and whether or not, your basis was on the C1 zone?
We did also, just before Kevin digs in, the applicant is promoted.
Thank you.
So if you can unmute yourself and turn on your camera, you are in the meeting now. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, just if you're going to speak, please just state your name and address for the record, please.
Khalis Bek Malikov, and the address where I live, or this
Yes, sir.
address, 265 Transit Street,
Thank
Providence. Yeah.
All right, proceed.
Kevin, if you just walk us through the design process and your use of the C1 dimensional standards.
Absolutely, yeah. This project was certainly designed with the intent of seeking a C1 rezoning. The project was certainly conceived and thought about before any talks that I was aware of about any change to the R4 zone for sure. That said, the proposal was certainly crafted and designed and sculpted in a way to be an extension of the residential character that certainly defines this side street in the Broadway neighborhood, in the West Broadway neighborhood. A lot of care was made to allow this building to be slim and not wider than the other buildings that abut it, and to have a roughly the same height and really to fit in while also being honest about the time period that it was created in as well, not trying to necessarily look old while doing so.
And Mr. Chairman, it would help, I can pull up the GIS, but very briefly, it's immediately adjacent to RP, and there's some C1 sort of diagonally, and it's basically one lot back from Broadway. So that's the location of it. And we don't really have an objection to R4 if we understood what the R4 dimensional standards would have been back at the time of design, and if we had an assurance that the council would amend R4 as is proposed. I think it gets us there. Our issue today is we can't rely on whether or not the council will amend that R4 standard. And I am not convinced, as I sit here today, that this, as proposed, would meet all the dimensional standards as designed of the new R4. It might. I'm just not in a position to sit here and say it's exactly the same.
Okay, so noted. Thank you. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, we're very happy to answer questions, but it's just a recommendation on zone changes.
So commissioners, do you have any questions of the applicant?
Well, what is the workforce standard?
So the workforce is generally between 100 and 120% AMI. In our discussions with the counselor and the mayor and the PRA, I believe we were referencing 120% AMI the entire time. That's a standard that's automatically set by some federal boards, and Rhode Island Housing publishes a rent account for that adjustment every single year. And it evolves as the census data emerges on what the area median income is.
That's set in the deed, is that right?
I'm sorry?
That is set in the deed?
If we were to seek a tax break, you would have to put it in the deed. But you can also condition the zone change on us doing anything above those 3 units, any unit above the 3 units being workforce. That was the condition that we had agreed to with all the other parties when we were submitting the application. So we would have no objection to a restriction or a condition to that effect.
Does that work? It just goes with the decision?
Well, this is actually unorthodox when it comes to zoning changes. We've never had a zoning change that's conditioned on units being affordable. And honestly, I mean, I know there have been some discussions with the executive director of the PRA, but I don't think that came to any conclusion about an agreement that you know, that the PRA would fund this or that the PRA would hold any kind of restriction on this. So I think it's a little up in the air as to whether you know, that's something that the city is participating in.
I also have, excuse me, I also haven't researched it, but I don't know if it's legal to make a zone change contingent on something being affordable housing or a particular sort of or workforce housing.
Yeah, I was kind of curious mechanically how that would.
I honestly haven't researched it, but
Yeah.
I doubt that it is.
Oh,
That's my gut.
can we see the map?
Yeah, you want to pull up the GIS? Because my recollection when I pulled up GIS, as I do with all of our pre-reads, is that Broadway was primarily residential professional, which is a lot less.
It seems like there's a C1 island right here. I'm just trying to see where
Is it a C1 with a footnote, or is it that we're trying to get away from, or?
No. Dylan, if you think you might be able to pull up the GIS?
I'm trying. The internet is got me being a little jumpy.
All right, we're gonna send some tech help over for you.
Here we go.
We brought in the big guns, so.
It's just jumping around a little bit. I'm zooming right in on it though. It's great.
Yeah, I think it's just the Wi-Fi speeds.
I can give it a shot if, oh, you got it?
So you can see my mouse. These are the two lots here.
We're not seeing it on the screen. You may have to stop sharing and then.
Stop sharing and then reshare. Now you could share that window now instead of the other.
Watch me struggle.
No. It was smooth as can be, Dylan.
That's always how I want to come off. All right, so these are the parcels right here. As you can see, it's diagonally across from C1. In the abutting RP zone, it's relatively commercial in nature. It's these two lots here. So this is the existing building that it's immediately adjacent to, and then this is the lot that the new build will be located on.
And it's directly adjacent to residential professional, right?
Yes.
Isn't that what the 270, 268, 267, 266?
Yes.
And this is a Ringgold Street. I mean, this is my neighborhood. I know it pretty well. You know, that's one of the smaller side streets, the arteries that go off of Broadway, Westminster, Atwells. They're all a little cut throughs. Yes.
So again, you would have no objection to the R4 if it didn't impact the design of the building. I'm not 100% sure whether or not it would, and it's just reliance on the council on a change, which hasn't passed yet, is difficult for us. If there was a recommendation that if it didn't impact the design and the R4 is passed, that it should be R4, well, all for it. We have no desire to do anything commercial there. And really the C1 was considered just as part of the legislative process to be an effort to give workforce housing built.
Yeah, I think, we've been trying to find a vehicle to not have C1 with a footnote on all of these multifamily residential. And I think the R4 is what the planning department has come up with as that vehicle. So I might be getting ahead of myself because we haven't read the staff report yet in this meeting, but I have read it prior prior to. Any other questions of the applicant before we get to that staff report? Okay, thank you, Dylan.
Thank you.
Bob?
Okay, so, yeah, I think you've said it right. We're trying to get away from using C zones with footnotes. It's an awkward way to do it. And it also, I think, creates a situation where you have dimensional regulations that may not be appropriate in what I like to call sort of the interior of neighborhoods. We've supported these rezonings to commercial when they're just off of commercial corridors. This is arguably just off of a commercial corridor, but Broadway is a little bit of a hybrid where it's commercial and it's residential. And you can see just from this little snippet that there are actually, I'm seeing C2, C1, RP, all in close proximity to each other. And then of course the R3 sort of in the interior. So this is exactly why we thought that R4 would be a better vehicle for this type of zone change. Will the development as shown meet the dimensional requirements of the R4 zone? I don't know. It's kind of conceptual. I don't know how well dimensioned it is. I think it might have issues with setback. It might have issues with pervious surface and so forth. But I think R4 was meant to be slightly less intensive in terms of the development capacity for a lot. It was supposed to be a little bit more in keeping with the dimensional regulations of the R3 zone. So we stand by our recommendation. We think that this area has an awful lot of non-conforming higher density residential, but it's mostly in houses. I think this is, we thought of R4 to be used in a couple different ways. One, to kind of recognize uses that are non-conforming. Another one to allow for slightly higher density when appropriate. And I think this does meet that second standard. But again, our recommendation is that this be rezoned to R4. We feel confident that our regulations are going to pass the city council. Can't say for sure, but we feel pretty good about it. And so this would be subject to those new standards that would allow a lot like this to be developed for multifamily housing.
So if we were to make a recommendation on this, can we also make a recommendation, say that we make a recommendation that they should change the zone of these lots to R4? Can we also strongly make a recommendation that they pass the R4 updated?
Well, you've already done that because it came in front of you a couple of months ago. I mean, if you want to reiterate that, sure, sure you can.
I mean,
it wouldn't hurt.
All right, I think it's time to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone in the virtual world? There's only one or two people sitting here with us today, so we'll take the virtual world first. Please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you would like to speak on this matter if you're calling in.
No hands raised.
No hands raised. Okay. Anyone here in the audience? And seeing none, we will close the public comment portion of this agenda item. I think I'm in agreement. I think we're trying to get away from I'm in agreement with the staff report. I'm trying to say is we're trying to get away from C1 with a footnote because it's not really the appropriate way to do this. R4 is, I think the density can be a little bit higher in this area. I do agree with that completely. And I think that R4 would be appropriate, assuming it was passed with the changes made. And again, we recommended that already. I would like to put this forward to the city council. Again, it's just a recommendation because they don't have to listen to us either. But I'd like to recommend not only that they pass this as R4, that they make a zone change for these two lots as R4, but we also strongly recommend that they immediately pass the R4 changes that we proposed.
In addition to what you said, can we also make a comment that the existing historic structure is remaining and it's R4 enables its accommodation rather than just demolishing the building? I mean, I'd like, we're on the city plan commission, we do care about historic Providence.
Is this in a historic district?
No, I don't care about that. I care about,
Well, if it was, there would be demolition protections. That's why I asked.
oh, no, okay.
It's not in a historic district. It's just outside of the Broadway district. I don't think there's been any indication that that they wanted to demolish the existing building.
No, I didn't. I just want to say, I'm embellishing your R4 argument, saying that it may help to maintain this building, maintain.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Little subnote to an old man.
Oh, I see. In other words, as part of the recommendation, you were saying, you feel that it may be.
Yeah, I'm just thanking Mr. Malakoff.
Gotcha.
I think that makes all the sense in the world. I appreciate that, Harry. Any other discussion?
I appreciate the intention of trying to add mixed use housing. But don't know how that would get that in there. If we can call the mixed income level of the housing.
The workforce housing, yeah.
Well, the mixed, market rates and workforce housing the same.
Yeah, we can also add to that, the recommendation is that they encourage the mixed income housing that the applicant is.
I would recommend that you not do that because I think that could result in an invalidity of the zone change based on my research that I've just conducted.
Okay, then we're not going to put that in the recommendation.
If there's a contract that's required between the city or anybody else as a condition, then it could be considered invalid, and I don't think that's what the applicant wants. Frankly.
I don't think it's what we want either. So that's good. We won't make that a condition.
I do appreciate it.
Yeah, we do appreciate it. We can note that to the city council that we appreciate the mixed income approach to this proposal.
Inclusivity.
Yes. I guess with that, it's time for a motion. And if one were to be made, it could be that we recommend to the city council that they should, instead of changing to C1, change to R4, and strongly encourage the city council to take up the R4 changes proposed and in front of them so that this is an adequate vehicle to be used. And that just a little footnote that we appreciate the approach to this development with their mixed income.
So moved.
Second. All right, we have a motion on the table. Go around. Noel?
Aye.
Harry?
Aye.
Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Since Dylan's not getting up, I'm assuming that City Council referral number 6, referral number 3527, ordinance amendment for signage is also Dylan Conley.
It is.
Who would like to kick this one off?
I'm happy to introduce this.
All right.
All right. Some of you who have been on the commission for a few years or longer might recognize aspects of this petition. This one, a different version of this came to you a few years ago. And what this is proposing is that there be the ability for owners of billboards, which are defined in our zoning ordinance as signs that advertise something that's not for sale or consumed on the premises. This would allow for billboards to be converted to electronic message signs. Billboards are not allowed in the city. Do we have any more copies of that? Okay. Just one, yeah, one more, I guess. That's fine. Okay, so under the zoning ordinance, billboards are not allowed. Yet we have many billboards in the city. We consider them non-conforming, and under state law, they are allowed to continue to exist in perpetuity as long as they're not changed in any way or as long as they're not intensified. And we certainly don't today allow them to be electronic message signs. So what the petitioner is proposing is that, and this was originally a petition from Lamar, I believe. Now it's a new petition from Dione Garcia, who is a law associate of Mr. Conley. So I don't know to what extent Lamar is behind this or not. Maybe he can elucidate on that in a minute. But the idea behind this is that for every sign that's converted to an electronic message sign, some amount of signage be elsewhere in the city, some amount of billboard signage be removed. The original petition was, it was a 1 for 1, 1 square foot for 1 square foot. Under this one, it's 2 square feet for each one. The original petition would limit this to just the M1 and the MMU zones. This petition does not do that. When this originally came up, we recommended in favor of it, the original version of this, feeling that there's almost no way to make undesirable things go away. And I would argue that billboards are they're not permitted in the city because they're undesirable. But you can't make them go away. And this was a mechanism, you know, that had the potential of making some of them go away. As you can see from the staff report, we've changed our tune since this was originally introduced. We feel that there are too many unknowns about how this could possibly work. There could be unintended consequences, and we do feel that there could be adverse, as written, there could be adverse impacts on residential zones in particular. So giving you a sneak preview of our recommendation, but I want to give Mr. Conley the opportunity to further explain the intentions behind this.
All right, Mr. Conley.
I just do want to note for the record that the packages that you were just given are fairly thick and you don't have any obligation to read them now.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, honorable members of the CPC, in brief, this is identical to our original proposal with the exception that we're taking down twice as much square footage than we initially proposed. The DPD recommendation has statements in it that are different versus the original DPD recommendation and the original decision by this board. The changes within the ordinance are as a result of our experience with numerous ordinance committee and full council meetings. We were requested to resubmit the petition. This is indeed Lamar. I have Matt Renninger of Lamar available this evening as well. The package you have before you is an outline of the material which is responsive to the DPD recommendation. I'm going to just work through, and I actually think I can do this quite briefly. I appreciate that it's very thick, but we're not going to read every page. This letter here is an exact outline of how I'm going to move through every single document in your package. The documents follow in that exact order. In any area where I'm going to make a reference, it's already been highlighted. I would say that there's often a large gap in perception of an application versus the reality of an application. But in my experience, relative to Lamar's efforts to remove billboards in exchange for digitization of existing billboards, the gap has been remarkable. The reality is simple. There are no new billboards. We are going to remove billboards. Digitization of the billboards will exist only in very few locations. I'll get through exactly why momentarily. So if you want to refer to this document here, that is the actual ordinance proposal. I've highlighted section 1. Off-premise electronic message signs are prohibited in all zones, except as a non-conforming sign removal development incentive. So what this means is that there's a complete prohibition of electronic message boards anywhere in the city. The only exemption to that is if you remove twice the square footage of that sign. That sign still cannot be just anywhere. There are clearly prohibited locations. They have to be oriented towards a highway. They cannot even incidentally impact residential zones. But if I could flip you over to points 2 and 3 on the second page, I have the statement is the removal of non-conforming signs is a public benefit. I think that aligns perfectly with the comprehensive plan. And then on line 3, you can see at least 2 times the equivalent square footage of off-premise signs need to be removed. That's going to bring me to my next provision, which is related to, again, no flashing, no animation, no scrolling. Image change is only once every 10 seconds. Sign face maximum 14 by 48. And the lighting is automatically responsive to ambient light. So if it gets darker outside, the signs automatically dim. All those will be required. In response to the DPD report, one of the statements, and I have a highlighted version of the DPD report available for you. Number 1 says this opens the door to potentially every highway-oriented board being converted. I appreciate that that would be concerned if this ordinance was considered in a vacuum. The reality of billboards is that they're very highly regulated on both the federal and state level. I have all of the applicable regulations in this package. If you refer to exhibit number 1, legal sign locations, you'll see a map. This map has 3 green dots, 1 yellow dot, and many pink dots. Those are all of the existing signs in the city of Providence. Again, it's not legal to build new signs. So we have an identifiable total population signage, which we are dealing with. Of the 3 green dots, I believe the northern, and Matt, if Matt's able to comment, he can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that's already been removed. So we're down to 2 green dots and 1 yellow dot. The yellow dot, we believe, would legally qualify. But if you're on 95 North and there's a billboard that you've never seen because it's directly behind a U-Haul storage building, we wouldn't digitize that because it's hidden behind the building. The 2 green dots are the only other legal locations in the entire city underneath federal and state law. If you move to exhibit 2, I can show you exactly how. This is the Federal Highway Beautification Act. This is a law from 1965, which basically states that size, lighting, and safety standards relative to billboards shall be controlled and limited. Again, following along in the overall letter here, you can look at page 1028, which it states that signage is controlled by agreement with the state of Rhode Island. So you have the entirety of the billboard section of the Federal Beautification Act. It's exhibit 2. Exhibit 3, moving through the package, is the Federal Highway Agreement with the state of Rhode Island. Again, following through your letter, we can refer to page 5. If you flip to page 5, it should look like this. It has existing highlights. These are the standards that the federal government says the state of Rhode Island absolutely has to abide by when it comes to billboards. I've highlighted a few of them. Of critical note is the no flashing and no animation. As you continue to flip through this agreement, you can go out to page 7. You see sign location prohibitions within certain distances from recreational parks, forests, playgrounds. Continuing through to page 8, you'll see what I believe is truly gorgeous handwriting in the margins. It's the limitation of that no structure adjacent to or within 500 feet of an interchange. Another critical component, one of those reasons why none of those other signs can be built on, it's because they are within proximity of ramps and interchanges. Spacing along the signs cannot be 2 signs within 250 feet of each other on the same side of the road, or 500 feet of each other on opposite sides. Again, no sign within 100 feet of an intersection. We continue to move through Exhibit 4. Now you have the RIDOT rules and regulations specific to this signage. This is a large document, but if we flip to page 1, the numbers are on the bottom. You'll see a highlighted section called Purpose. Just so you don't have to take my word for it on the level of regulatory oversight. This is the Rhode Island Department of Transportation's outline of all rules and regulations and control of billboards within the state of Rhode Island. If we move to page 4, continuing to flip through, you see the definition of outdoor advertising signs. We don't need to dwell on it, but that is the material that we're talking about this evening. We continue to flip through. We can go to page 9. This is RIDOT's regulations, which are basically reciting all the standards that are within their agreement with the federal government. Signs should not be located within 750 feet of these items. Parks, forests, playgrounds, scenic overlooks, bicycle paths, schools, safety rest areas. You continue to flip through. You see spacing of legal conforming signs. You have that no structure may be located adjacent to within 500 feet of an interchange. I won't go through all of these because they are redundant relative to the other agreement. But if we keep on slowly flipping through from page 10 to page 11, you'll see that there are additional prohibitions on the locations of signs. If you go to the middle of page 11, I think this is critical, is that the department has the right to require adjustments to lighting. One of the notes in the DPD report was that there were concerns relative to lighting and relative to safety. I'll get to safety momentarily. But not only would any approval by this board not grant us any right to do anything above and beyond any of these standards, even as these standards exist, the Rhode Island Department of Transportation reserves the right to reduce our ability relative to lighting. And if any new technology would come into play, the same is the case. On page 12, you see the timing of the messages can only be 1 static message per 10 seconds. All right, I believe that does it for Exhibit 4, moving at light speed. It's all there. You can read it at your leisure. It's not really all that exciting. Exhibit 5 is all of the Rhode Island state law directly on point. There's nothing in this section worth dwelling on relative to the zoning relief, but it is all there and you have it. This is also promulgated by the Rhode Island Department of Transportation. This brings you to exhibit number 6. And I don't know if Matt has been promoted, but I may want Matt to chime in here. Matt Renninger, he should be.
Yep, I can do that.
This is the RIDOT permit letter. So based on all of those regulations that you've just seen, the Rhode Island Department of Transportation gives out permits relative to your ability to digitize or locate a billboard. My understanding is that when you convert to a digital, you need to use 2 signed permits to do that. You can see this list of locations that have been approved by the Rhode Island Department of Transportation. These are the locations that meet all of the standards underneath federal and state law. There are only 2 in the city of Providence. There's one on 146 and one on, it's identified as, oh, excuse me, there's 3 identified in Providence. Those were the 3 green dots we saw on the previous map. There's Cadillac Drive, Route 146, and Smithfield Avenue. There already is an existing digital on 146. We originally were looking to do a digital conversion on the other side of that. Whether or not that's presently in our plans, I'm not so sure. Regardless, There already is an existing digital. There have been no issues there. Cadillac Drive is the location that I think we're specifically focusing on. But the real value of this document in front of you is it is your legal proof of the distillation of state and federal guidelines on where signs can exist. They cannot exist just anywhere. There are very, very rare locations where these signs exist, and these are them. From here, the TBD report states that there are concerns that is more distracting to drivers. That is inaccurate. Exhibit number 7 is a Hill article. Again, really only just so you don't have to take my word for it, where it states that the finding of the Federal Highway Department of Transportation is that drivers are not distracted by digital billboards alongside roads. If you go to exhibit number 8, this is a very large document. This is the Federal Highway Administration's safety report. On pages 1 through 3, there is an executive summary. In sum, they have found that there is no distinction in distraction between a digital billboard and a standard billboard. That is critical for us to understand this evening, because the proposal here is not simply digitization. If you're going to consider safety, you have to consider safety of the entirety of the proposal. If there's no difference between a digital and a standard billboard in terms of safety, and the digitization of a billboard is going to remove twice the square footage of billboards in the city, any action taken as a result of the approval of this ordinance would increase safety by 200%. We'd be losing twice the distracting square footage. I won't delay or belabor the entirety of the report. You have it in front of you. You have an outline. The executive summary is on page 1 through 3. Large chunk of the middle of it is basically their methodology, and pages 52 through 55 is slightly more detailed conclusions relative to safety. And exhibit number 9 is the Mass Department of Transportation Safety Report. On page 2 of that, in bold, you can find that the Mass DOT, after their study of digital billboards, found that, quote, the traffic engineers preparing the reports found no detrimental safety impacts of the DABs, that is the digital billboards, in any of the 8 study area locations. Continuing to move fairly quickly. The exhibit 10, this is the billboard of our primary focus. It's basically always got a PC Friars advertisement on it. It's by the Good Fortune Supermarket. If you're aware of the National Grid or Rhode Island Energy area off 95, you can. I just got photos of northbound and southbound of that same billboard. Exhibit 11. This is an example of removals. We have been working on this with the city for, I believe at this point, at least 5 years. The way that we can remove these signs depends pretty heavily on the leases relative to all the other billboards in place. So I cannot sit here today and tell you exactly what signs will be taken down, because after 5 years of trying, I still don't know exactly when and if it would be passed. If the law is passed, then I can tell you an exact population of the signage. But if that's in 2 months or 6 months, we're looking at different signs based on existing leases. But this is just here to show you the types of signs that we have been talking about and making efforts to remove for a very long period of time now. And continuing forward, if you can refer to Exhibit 12, this is your original decision and referral. The referral and recommendation are, we've accommodated the recommendations that you made in that decision. Also, accommodations requested by the council thereafter, accommodations requested by the solicitor's office thereafter. So we would contend that that is a strong affirmative finding that this proposal, as it is identical in impact to the previous proposal, meets all the standards relative to the comprehensive plan. In addition, I've also provided a comprehensive plan analysis. It is in the package. I do not intend to walk through it point by point this evening. I think the main goal to take, the main concept to take away from this is there will be no new billboards. We will take down twice the square footage. The removal of twice the square footage improves the safety of drivers. And if you consider where the removals will be, they will be where pedestrians are. So we're removing distractions from pedestrian locations. And there's a digitization of a billboard on a highway where the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration both found that that is no change in safety whatsoever. So an approval, a favorable recommendation of this zoning amendment would increase safety in the city. And it conforms to the comprehensive plan's goals to remove signage. Mr. Chairman, I think I moved at light speed, but seeing the board, it's late in the evening. I do think the content was sufficiently organized. I hope that everyone was able to follow along, but very happy to go into any other additional detail. And if there's any questions for Matt, I know that Matt is very happy to respond to them as well.
I have one overarching question. This is the diagrams and all of the information you've shown us is based on Lamar's billboard footprint. Can you say without any shadow of doubt that Lamar is the only person that owns outdoor advertising in the city of Providence?
That would qualify for the digital conversion. I believe the answer is yes, but Matt, can you respond to that? Does Lamar hold all of the billboards on along the highways?
There are two in Pawtucket. There's one out front in, I believe, Cranston. All of them in Providence along I-95, which is where anyone would want a digital, I would imagine, are indeed Lamar. And to be honest, no other entity, sign entity, there's only a couple that exist, have the square footage required to meet the proposed language here. As far as the 2-for-1, they would need 2 large signs, for instance, to modify one. They need 3 signs, and nobody has it except for us.
I do worry about when the sign changes. I mean, I think about sitting in traffic on I-95 westbound, and it is bright sometimes. Sometimes if it's foggy out, it's brighter. I just imagine like a resident living right behind that or within the visual area of that, and that sign changing, and there being a constant every 10 seconds light changing in their windows.
Dylan, I don't know if you want to speak to that or if I should, and if, do I need to be sworn in?
No, this is just a city council recommendation, so we're meeting as the planning board, so you're free to talk. You could, okay. Actually, we would like you to state your name for the record, sure. Please.
It's Matt Renninger, RENNINGER. I'm the real estate manager for our market and our regional office.
Okay, thank you.
Just to answer on the residential concerns, this sign, and at least the panel along, the supermarket, does not face any residential areas. We take great pains, just as a matter of good business and being a good local company, to not have any of our digitals shine in a residential area, because that would cause an uproar, and rightfully so. We do not want to disturb any residential use and autonomy and enjoyment of their domicile. So when we look for digital locations, even outside of Providence and outside of this specific proposal, We generally throw anything out that would ever face a residential area because of, you know, the public hearing process and the people that it would be a nuisance to. And we understand, you know, we're not everyone's favorite field of business. So it's just something that we just try to avoid in all instances. And I believe the face, which is the southbound face of this structure, so you'd see it heading into the city, does not face any residential areas.
We would have no objection to, so the language highlighted in yellow, I think is getting to the point that the chairman is drilling down on, is that there was concern from the DPD that incidentally noticeable from a residential zone is subjective and would be difficult to enforce. We don't have any objection to other language. That
the incidentally noticeable is very hard to define. It's, you know, one of those terms that if it's codified into law, how can you enforce what is incidentally noticeable to me might be different from what's incidentally noticeable to someone else. So I mean, I think the only way to fix that is that it's not noticeable.
Right.
I mean, the billboards have lights on.
Yeah.
So if you're right now, so if you go over there, Detroit Ave, I think.
Yeah.
Sassafras. The reason I personally believe that there's always a PC Friars thing there is because when you're driving in, you can see one of the houses that Cooley grew up in, right up the highway. I've sat in that living room. I've sat upstairs in that in the bedroom. More hours than I can count, and that neighborhood you don't really see the I've never heard anybody over there ever complain about that the light on the billboard at night. So I'm not really sure why digitizing that. And then the other side, there's no houses there. You have to go over that hill, right? So you go over Roger Williams before you get to any housing. So it's on the other side of the hill. There's no houses really you can see.
And the zoning of that lot is?
That's MMU.
So it would be the same as your original proposal, not the modified proposal. So you'd still be able to digitize that one under your proposal 5 years ago.
Yes, the difference in impact between the original proposal and the current proposal is we have to take down twice as much square footage. That's the only difference.
But it's worded significantly different. So
that's really largely at the request of parties other than the applicant.
So is it like the automatic dimming?
No, automatic
No,
dimming is the same.
It's the zones where it's allowed.
Yeah, why was that taken out?
We can put the MMU zone. I think they're all MMU zone.
I think I know why it's.
M1 and MMU.
This doesn't specifically state that it relates only to billboards that exist right now in the ground. So if someone gets a use variance for a billboard someplace else, they can get an electronic billboard. And I will tell you that there is pending litigation that's going that way.
Say it again, Lisa, what?
There is pending litigation that is going in that direction.
Going in what direction?
Someone that in the past got a use variance for a static billboard, and the court twice declined on appeal to allow them to have a digital billboard. So what they want to do now is just use the use variance for a static billboard, and then they're going to turn it into electronic, and they've so indicated to me.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you, this is not limited to billboards that are now in the ground, as it is written.
I think, I'm almost tempted to ask for a continuance. Here we have all this literature, but perhaps we don't need it. The Department of Planning and Development was in favor of this and has changed its mind, as you can read here. I'm proud to say that I voted against it back in the day. And now just, look at the enormous amount of regulation that has to be promulgated. This is not some neutral little thing. It's not something that is not intrusive. It is. And the linguistic gymnastics are extraordinary. To say that it's not any more distracting than a standard billboard is to say they're both distracting. And anybody who thinks that a billboard for Providence College, Friartown, and a winning hoop by Ernie DiGregorio is not going to be distracting, or Marvin Vines or whoever, because you can tell my age, that's where I was. It is distracting. The reason is they're both distracting. In fact, the federal highway system probably discourages, or used to be very aggressive about discouraging signs at all, because it was distracting. But the pressure of money, pressure. And even Dylan has said it's taken 5 years to try to remove one billboard. Come on. After they put in the electricity and they put in the digital and they put in everything, we are all, not just me, all of us in this room will be old and dead before they start coming down. This is just a bad idea, getting worse. It's being repackaged, and I just ask you, vote against it and let's go home.
So you did give us you gave us some of the information from the initial, the one where we recommended that the city council approve it.
Mhm.
I believe it was the memo to the Rules and Ordinances Committee that summarized our recommendation.
Mhm.
Do you have the original petition, zone petition in here anywhere
I
that
do
we can
not.
reference to see the differences between what was presented 5 years ago and what's presented today?
I do not. Procedure was slightly different because it involved a special use permit at that point in time. That was the way that we would identify the other signs. There was a lot of feedback at the public hearing that members of the public did not trust that process. Don't really understand exactly why, but that was a considerable amount of feedback that we received. Relative to the other litigation, that is not litigation that Lamar is a party to. I do not know the location that is related to. I do not know whether or not that is or is not in an MM zone, any industrial zone.
It's not.
The issue with-
permits on the signage from RIDOT, that's what we can do.
But we're also making policy, you're asking us to make policy for an entire city, not just your client, when you're asking for a zone change like this. So you have to understand our reluctance to do anything other than what if there is other outside forces at work here, it makes us take pause.
No objection to that. I just wanted to state it clearly for the record that Lamar is not a party to that litigation.
No, it's not. And I didn't mean to I did not mean to imply that it was.
I didn't take that as you're in.
No, I just wanted to make you aware of the potential that there could be another billboard that would be able to be converted into electronic, and that there is someone that has expressed that intent. But leaving that aside, I want to address the history a little bit. So the original proposal went to the Ordinance Committee, which recommended approval. The City Council did not approve it. The City Council sent it back to the Ordinance Committee, and it sat there.
Just committee?
Twice.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Twice. After that, the solicitor's office took it on an unusual role because we do not usually try and assist in wording them. I did it mostly to assist Mr. Azar, who's my client. We have gone through 3, 4, maybe 5 different versions of this, none of which look like this. So I just want to dispel the notion that the solicitor has said okay to this, which I think was implied. The solicitor has not said okay to this. I do see some legal infirmities aside from the policy considerations, but you make your own decisions. You asked the question about
Yes.
how did the original compare? I have all versions, and there have been a number of them, and we have tightened the language in a number of ways, and it's all been, not all of it, most of it has been taken out.
I think we have to be honest. This is not about just lighting or billboards. This is about advertising. This is about being driven by money. And it was not in the previous presentation, there was a gentleman who spoke powerfully about how distracting it is. You know it's distracting, Michael. I know it's distracting. Anybody who doesn't know it's distracting doesn't know it's lipstick on a pig. And I'm just saying this is a bad idea. Let's get rid of all the billboards. But it's taken 5 years to not have anything happen. That's better than having it lit up and take 20 years to make anything happen.
Yeah.
And God knows what will be on those billboards.
I do like the effort of taking two away for everyone, because that's, like Bob said in the beginning, that's the only vehicle.
You're creating
that
a
we have.
monopoly. That's all you're creating. You're going to have one person with all the power. What,
I think the monopoly already exists, as we're being told.
It did, but maybe Lamar went away because of, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe it went away because of us.
Any other questions of the applicant? Because I don't think we've heard the staff report yet. Have we?
I haven't.
No. So any other questions of the applicant before we hear the staff report? Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
With that, we'll let Bob take it away.
Okay, a lot of what's in the staff report has already been put into the record. I do have a problem with the language about incidentally noticeable from a residential zone. I think that's going to be immediately challenged if the zoning officer denies something, and then it's too subjective. All right, maybe there are studies that say that they're no more distracting, but they want this for a reason. It costs them a lot of money to put these here, and the reason is that they can more easily change the sign face, and they can show you a couple of messages as you're moving through the view shed of this. So that means that your eyeballs are seeing more of the messages, even though your eyeballs may not be on the sign as often. I would argue that what is distracting is kind of it's sort of semantics. At the end of the day, we do feel that there are the possibility of unintended consequences, including, as our council has described, where there could be other billboards unknown to us that could be converted. We even went so far as to try to tailor this so that it was written so that only one billboard in the city would comply with all the standards, and that didn't seem to get through. So unfortunately, I feel like we tried, but we couldn't quite get there. And for those reasons, our recommendation is that you advise the city council to deny the petition.
Okay, this is a public hearing, so we will look and see if anyone in our virtual world is here for public comment. We're opening up the public comment portion of this agenda item. And if you're here, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 if you're calling in virtually. Is there anyone here in the audience tonight that would wish to speak on this matter? Mr. Dalgarian. Please,
Mr.
actually, we're gonna
Dalgarian,
need you to.
would you mind if I take 1 minute before you speak, just to make one more point? Just because.
While we're doing that, he's going to need to use the microphone.
Mr. Azar said something that brought this issue to my attention. Originally, as Mr. Conley indicated, we had agreed that a special use permit would be an appropriate way for the granting of this. I don't know what the objection was, but as this is written now, all they have to do is go to the director of the Department of Inspections and Standards and get a permit. So there's no oversight. There's nobody who's going to say, no, I don't think that's the right size, or I don't think this, or there's no one to check on the square footage of the billboards that they're taking down. So that's of legal concern to me, that it's not subject to a public hearing when they want to do it, and there's no direct appeal right. Seems problematic to me. And I was much more comfortable when we had agreed on a special use permit.
Harry and I think we're the only ones here when this first came before us that are sitting at the table today. And I believe I voted for recommendation, but I think my rationale in that was that there was a check on it. There was the special use permit that still needed to be obtained, which isn't just a rubber stamp. So that does concern me as well. All right, Mr. Delgarian, state your name for the record and.
Providence. Let me start by saying, ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages. Does that sound like a familiar phrase to you? Ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages. That sound like a familiar phrase to you? Ringgold and Brothers, Barnum and Bailey Circus.
Barnum and Bailey, yes.
That's what we have here. Council accurately touched on the history of this. I don't remember it being 5 years ago. I remember it being 3 months shy of 3 years ago. December of 2019, public hearing before the Ordinance Committee and the City Council talked about this. And the proposal was, for every square foot, we'll take away a square foot. And there were a number of people who spoke, and I know that there was at least one or two that spoke about distraction. So maybe, you know, the proposers, the petitioners have only included studies that say, oh, there's no distraction. But I remember folks speaking of studies that said there were distractions, enhanced distractions. So I would encourage the recommendation, part of the recommendation being that the City Council resurrect those studies, or if they don't have them, find them. At that hearing, December 2019, I stated that Lamar Outdoor Advertising had the wrong denominator. Square footage was not the equivalent factor that we needed to look to. What we needed to look to was vehicle miles traveled, average daily traffic. How many eyes are going past the billboards that they're looking to enhance, digitize, promote, illuminate, light up the night sky, versus how many billboards that they're looking to dismantle. Excuse me. And Lamar Outdoor Advertising uses the phrase weekly impressions. I said, fine, weekly impressions. The next month, January 2020, the Ordinance Committee had a public meeting, not a public hearing. At that meeting, Lamar Outdoor Advertising introduced a list of 27 billboards that they were proposing to take down in return for the handful of billboards that they wanted to suddenly, you know the expressions. Weekly impressions? No. We asked for them then, they didn't do it. And then all of a sudden, February 2020 came along and kaboom, everything stopped. But tiptoe through the monthly tulips, and somewhere in June, I think, it reemerged and got sent out of committee onto the full council floor. And I'm saying, oh, this is interesting. So in July, council meets, Providence City Council meets, as you know, first and third Thursday of the month. So in July, the first Thursday of the month, it comes up, and not the entire council is present. As they're taking the roll call to have attendance. There are 15 members, as you know, and 11 are there and 4 are absent. Now, having had conversations with some of the council members during the course of that interim period of time, I'm saying to myself, I wonder if they got the votes, because I knew at least 2 out of the 4 were in favor. And so waiting patiently for it to come along on the docket. And when it finally comes to that item, the chairwoman of the ordinance committee says at the request of the petitioner, I move to not send it back to committee, but to continue it. So it gets continued. I'm saying, okay, fine, we've got to come back. So we came back to the next council meeting, and the third Thursday in July, and and there it is on the docket. And how's the attendance? Oh, perfect, 100%. Everybody's there, all 15. And, okay, this could be interesting. So proceed. Finally, we get to the item. And the request again was to continue it. And I'm saying to myself, well, that's interesting. They don't have the votes. So August comes, and that's typically when the council takes its recess and don't meet, and then doesn't meet. And so September comes along, and it's on the agenda again.
Mr. Dolgari,
Finally comes up.
Can we keep it to testimony on this? That you're giving us the history on it.
Historical context is important. They talked about 5 years. I don't know about the first 2, and whether they're making that up or not, but I know the last 3 because I've been paying attention.
And that's at the city council level, yes.
And this applies to I'd like to think this applies to the thinking of the City Plan Commission. Anyway, September comes up, it's on the docket, they finally get to it, and what happens? Excuse me, the chairwoman of the ordinance committee moves to recommit to the ordinance committee from the city council back to the ordinance committee. And so that's where it is reposed.
Now, this is a new
I
ordinance.
understand that. My point is this. 33 months have gone by since I made the simple request of what are the weekly impressions of the 27 billboards they were proposing to take down, and the handful of billboards they wanted to enhance, digitize, rotate, light up the night sky, and they refused to do that. Now, if they can't do that, then this commission should recommend to the city council that the city council kill it. Testimony tonight was that they've been talking to this entity and that entity and this entity and that entity. How come they never came up with the simple list of the quote unquote weekly impressions? That seems totally unacceptable. Now, as far as they have to be 250 feet apart from each other, as one of the numbers that he threw out. How many seconds does it take to go 250 feet if you're on 95 going 55, 60 miles an hour? Handful, and you're done. So that's no big deal. Excuse me. The one that they want to, that they're focused on is right by Roger Williams Park. People don't come to the city of Providence to see billboards. They come for Roger Williams Park. They come for the historic architecture. They don't come for billboards. They can see billboards at home. If we're supposed to be promoting local businesses, billboards do the exact opposite. And in fact, talk about our zoning ordinance. Our zoning ordinance says if you're a local business and you have an on-premises sign, a sign promoting the business that's on premises, it can only be, so many feet long and so many feet wide and so many square feet altogether. And it pales in comparison to the size of a billboard. So doesn't make any sense from that perspective either. So that's my recommendation to the City Plan Commission. I thank you for your time. I'll answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Bulgarian. No questions. All right, anyone else in the audience to speak tonight? I'm seeing no other attendees. I'm going to say that is, we're going to close the public comment portion of this agenda item now. And any other discussion amongst the members? I guess I'll start. I agree with the staff recommendation. I don't think this is appropriate as drafted. It was a very different amendment that came before us previously when we said that the city council should consider it, and this is much different, and I don't think we should recommend the city council approve it.
I make a motion.
Unless there's any other discussion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion to deny the recommendation to the city council.
To make a recommendation to the city council to deny this application.
Right.
Yes.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. I'll take a voice vote. Noel?
I'm gonna abstain on this one.
Okay. Harry?
Aye.
Aye. Christian?
Aye.
Manuel?
Aye.
And I vote aye. So we have 4 and an abstention. 4 works, right? 4 is,
Yes.
okay. All right. That motion passes. And that is the last agenda item of the night. So I will take a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.